Greetings, mortals. Oh, and welcome back.
See that fade in? These crazy effects Artole is doing now. That was an actual fade in. That was just my camera being confused. Let's see here. Random number generator. How's it going, folks? We are ready to turn in quests. We have rolled a 4. That is Kortal. So Kortal is getting a horseshoe. We go to the live scene. We're going to go to Might and Magic 8. And let's see. What was I doing? Going to test. Yes. That makes sense. I should consistently just make an end of stream file. That would make so much sense. Alright. So, when last we left off, we just cleared out this area. And we are now ready to continue on. But we do need to give a horseshoe to Kortal. So let's find a horseshoe. There we go. And save it up so I don't forget about it. Let's see. So it's now been some period of time. Do we have the ability to teleport here? Or do we have to... Okay, we don't have to drink from a thing. We're all set there. We have audio. We have speakers. We have all the things running. We have a pile of garbage lying around an inverter. And we have some stuff that isn't garbage, potentially. Look at that. We have all these unidentified items here. So, I stand corrected. It's not necessarily garbage. I didn't... Oh, right. I didn't check it all out yesterday because it was way late when we ended stream. We were like 30 minutes late to ending stream. But worth it because we got the thing done. So let's pop over to... here. We're going to turn in this, or we're going to grab this quest. I guess we're not going to turn anything in here. And let's see. You have light magic. You can talk about that. Gives might. Expert mace. Expert bowmanship. Yeah, sure, Kitty.
His Grace Eric von
Okay,
Stronghold.
talk about winter, talk about
Marquis of
warrior
the Northern
mages.
Marches.
So, alright, so we need to go do that eventually, but we have quite a while before we have to do that. We can go down here, grab the horseshoes, replace the ones that we've used. Now, what else do we need to do? Let's check all the houses. Counselor's cache. Cache of equipment from before the silence. So do you know what the silence is? Following you would be foolish. So, I'm already an expert in dark. Don't blow up the peasants. The wonders of mass distortion. I love it. It's my personal favorite. You're an apprentice. Do you know anything about mass distortion? Also, what the hell are you doing casting mass distortion? Like, what is going on with this guy? Actually, like, wait, actually, what the hell is going on, my guy? Seems a little bit sociopathic. Alright, one of these gives you stone, and one of these kills you, right? That one kills you, so I can't use that one. Let's do the other one instead. I think the other one stones you, right? Nope, they both kill you. Okay, never mind. Thought one was stone and one was death, but apparently that is not the case. Alright, we're going to fly over and actually do the priest quests now. So we have The ability to do the Prince of Thieves as well. We actually have 3 quests we're doing now, right? Like, we have 3 quests to turn in, basically? I mean, we'll have to walk to do back to Freehaven. Well, fly back to Freehaven. Let's see. Immunity gear does not protect you from that. Protection from magic does, but Commodoton is immune to all status effects. So, wells you can't block with that, but you can block them with protection from magic. I won't be able to this run because I will not have Grand Mastery. So, you know, life is sad sometimes.
We'll have to come back later.
We can teleport back to Freehaven. We're going to basically be teleporting back and forth between these 2 places. Oh shit, Repair Mastery is here? It doesn't... Who has... It's you, right? What do you mean it can't be learned by the rogue class? Don't you already have Master Repair? Wait, who's my repair person? You. Okay, you can't get GM. But we have the location for it now. So we have access to GM. I think we already did anyway. There's probably one in Arathia or something, but that's beside the point. Don't need membership to Protective Services for some reason. And mandate nonsense? What is this? Oh no, the kingdom's gonna fall apart. I mean, the mandate nonsense is kind of like the entire justification, like, for the monarchy, right? So we have Leather Expert here, we have the Leather Master here, which I didn't realize we had access to here. That's going to be very helpful. I had forgotten that we still didn't have... Like, we actually have several masteries that we don't really have yet. So that's pretty cool. So we also have access to GM Leather here, which will be great. GM Leather is only useful for you. Vitality difference. Ugh. Check the vitality difference. It's probably not that huge. It's certainly not for her. She doesn't actually have much going for her. So 36 and 15. So 36 and 15 becomes 34 and 15. So 15, 16. This is high 15s. 15, 7. So that is about 600. 600's maybe, what, like 4%-ish? About a 4% increase. Which is not too bad. Obviously, you know, the little under maybe 10% increase here is a lot better than that, but we have GM Dagger here. I don't know if we already had that, but we now have GM Dagger and Thinger, which is nice. Alright, I don't have to worry about the thing. Nothing here. This isn't an actual door. Nani. Whatever. Whatever. Okay, we'll save it up.
Old Baron Anthony
Prince
Stone,
of Thieves.
High
Priest.
Priest of Freehaven.
Okay, so now is the time to hire the peeps. We can TP back here at will. So we pop over here. And one of them is nearby, one of them is further away. This is one of them, I believe.
Ow!
Ouch. Do I have to have both at the same time? Okay. So who's the other one again? Hey Rawl, how's it going? Okay, perfect. So that's done. And we have one other thing that we need to do. We didn't do the smart thing and put down a town portal, did we? We did? Look at us. Look at us doing smart stuff. Look at that. Wow. Wow. Man, that's so nice. I feel like I'm getting like a present when when previous me did something that just makes my life easier today. It's like, oh wow, that was so nice. What a great gift that I've been given by my previous self. So kind, so generous. All right.
All Baron
Perfect.
Anthony
Prince of
Stone,
Thieves, High Council,
High Priest of Freehaven.
priests, High Priests, and so your name is Anthony Stone. What's your dude's name? We'll check. Alright, do we have the chalice in our inventory right now? Yes. Alright, so we're gonna pop back. Yeah, we're blocking out for a pretty decent bit, potentially. Though, the other thing to remember is that every time that we get a huge amount of experience in one of these locations, we are pumping the level everywhere else by quite a bit. So the EXP gained in the other places will also go up, right? So I keep thinking that I'm going to be, like, locked out of a place for a really long time, and then then it's, like, not
High
actually that
Priest of
long.
Freehaven.
Yeah, we actually are required to. As a component of the run. So the basic gist is that I want to be the highest level possible when I enter a new area. Now, one could make an argument that quests, because the quests scale up when I level up, should be like also part of the max scaling thing. The issue with that is that in theory, I feel like if I was going to go really crazy with that, the optimal thing to do would be to do 0 quests until I've cleared every map. So if I was trying to optimize for quest experience, I would be wanting to do that. The other thing is that we're trying to get the maximum amount of bolster. And I think that you get much more bolster not by stockpiling a source of experience to wait for that source of experience to grow, but instead immediately pushing that in, getting the extra experience, gets you more levels, increases bolster level elsewhere, pumping the level of everything in the next area. So there might be a finicky strategy one could use to, like, you know, like basically turn in a quest here, then turn in a quest there, turn in a quest here, turn in a quest there, like do all the quests in like a weird, very complicated routing. The thing is that I actually don't know if it would be worth it. I might actually lose experience doing it. It's the thing that I've thought about. I've like contemplated this stuff. The issue is that I don't know the EXP system intimately enough to be able to know that, like, if I was going to wait on turning in these quests until I had, like, until I got an experience in a different place that got me caught up, that means that I'm getting a bunch of experience in another location at a lower level than it could be at that moment. So, from my perspective, this might be the optimal way to handle things, where you turn in quests as soon as humanly possible, you get the maximum amount in as soon as humanly possible. It could be inefficient to do it to the degree that I'm doing it, right? Because obviously there's basically discussion to be had there, right? Is it better for me to get the least possible amount of experience in each zone? Like basically to get as little experience as possible in order to get myself ticked up to the next bolster, or to get big blocks of experience that pump up the levels higher. There's a balance to be had there. Obviously, it's suboptimal to get all of the experience in one area before you continue, right? Like getting all of the Arathi experience and then continuing to the next is obviously suboptimal. But I don't know if the inverse scales infinitely. I don't know if there's like an infinite scaling to like if I subdivide to the maximum possible degree, it gives me more experience, or if it's more finicky than that. The issue with that, so calculating perfect routing would basically be something you'd need to do the math for. You would need to basically, there's no way to like do a test that will tell you that. That's like a pure mathematics thing more so than something you can get by testing. There's too much variance in testing. So creating that would require doing math. And I could make an effort to do that math. I think I'm technically proficient enough to do the math. It's complicated. There's a lot that goes into experience. The question would be a fairly simple one. In all honesty, there's a couple of basic questions. So, do we do quests to the minimal extent possible to get access to zones? Or do we do quests regularly is one big question. And another key question is whether we do, whether we're basically looking to get the absolute minimum value, which is a related question but not quite the same, because quest experience is calculated differently than monster experience. Both of them bolster, but only monster experience is going to suffer from the penalty of my leveling. So I get an experience penalty when I'm killing a monster based off of my level relative to it. When I'm level 1 and all the monsters are at level 1, they are at the maximum level that they're going to be, or all of them are at their base level. They're at the maximum level they're going to be relative to me. That's not actually well, that is true. They're at the maximum level they'll be relative to me, which means I get the most damage bonus from them. So I'd have to look at how bonus experience on quests scales. I'd have to see if it scales proportionally to monsters. I'd have to see how much of a difference there is proportionally in monster experience as they get higher level. And I'd have to, there's like a bunch of random shit that I'd have to basically calculate that is complicated, right? Like you'll notice that I'm level 126 now, which is, fairly decent level for early in the game. I'm not really that early in the game anymore though, right? Like we've cleared how many zones have we cleared now? Like fully. We've cleared New Sorpigal, we've cleared Iron Fist, we've cleared Bootleg Bay, and we've cleared Freehaven. So we've cleared 4 zones, which is a little over a third of the zones in Final Fantasy VI. We've cleared how many zones in Final Fantasy VII? Final Fantasy Might and Magic and 7. How many have we done in 7? We've done Harmondale, we've done Tuleria, we've done Arathia, we've done Tatalia, we've done and I think that's it. I think we're now starting the Barrows, right? Now, obviously, we haven't done any of the really high-level areas yet. We haven't started on the high-level areas. But in both of those cases, we're about like a third of the way through the zones in the game. 8 is harder to calculate because there's so few zones, but there's also like extra like world map zones. And who knows how the quest experience works. I don't like... So the basic gist is that I don't think I'm that high level relative to my position in the run necessarily. So we'll see how big of a difference there is even just with what we're doing now. And there might not be like a huge difference, or we might be like 450 or something, or we might be 500. Who knows what level we're going to end at. Depends on how much the experience escalates when we start like mass killing dragons and stuff like that, right? We've already fought one of the dragon caves, so and that wasn't that much experience, but there weren't that many dragons in that one cave compared to like Land of the Giants and stuff like that. So anyway, the basic gist is I don't know. I'd have to do some calculations. I don't even know that testing by doing different runs would necessarily give very good data for that. just because of how much variance there is and stuff like that. There is definitely a most efficient way to do it, but I just don't know offhand what it is. And what I'm doing with the run right now is just trying to get the maximum amount of experience with each new map that I enter and seeing what the results of that are. Which is why I'm doing the maps that have quests in them and things like that to maximize the EXP gain. That's why I'm like, okay, I have to do these quests. I have to turn these quests in as soon as possible. It's just to maximize the jump that the enemies have, which may or may not translate to me being the highest level at the end that I can be, but that's the hope anyway. Certainly the hope. I need to get to GM so that I can make these. And let's see, do we have anything else that we need to do here? Do we get experience for this? Wait, do we even need to talk to the person, or we just need to get the judge? Wait a second. Actually, can I complete those promotion quests now? All right, we're immediately going to head over there because I might have made an error in my routing. I'm realizing right now that I think you have to talk to the faction leader, right? I think you have to talk to the faction leader before you're considered part of that faction, but I could be wrong. You might be, for promotions. Because I'm pretty sure you can do it before you complete the initiation quest. I'm almost positive of that. It's as soon as you turn in the judge? Oh no, then we have made a mistake. We've made a mistake then. It's not a huge deal. That means that I could have done... We have a lot of experience on the table here that we could be immediately turning in. Mistakes were made. Okay. This is what happens. So, it turns out Might and Magic 7 is weirdly... We're going to be able to get a lot... This is a much faster thing than I would have anticipated because the areas in question are just not that... There's just not that much in them. So we've made a lot of mistakes with 7. Actually, 7 we've fucked up the pathing in 7 very badly, which is particularly funny because of the fact that 7 is the game that I know the most intimately. When I was a kid, a friend of mine borrowed my copy of Might and Magic 7. So actually, we can go to Celeste too. We don't need to kill anything there, right? I guess we could talk to the faction leader if we wanted to. Now that I think about it. Let's see. Yeah, I need to... Let's see what her danger in case I'm...
Come on in, have a drink.
I choose you. Okay, so this aligns us. It might mean that we can't equip one of the things. Do we have an... Let's see. What is my favorite Pokemon? I think it's the Dark Dragon. It's got to be Hydreigon. I think that... No, it's not. No, it's not. It's It's the Butler. What is the Butler called? Chandelure. Chandelure is actually my favorite Pokemon. I don't like most of the Pokemon that are like a random object. Like most of them I'm not a fan of. But a Poltergeist it's a ghost, right? Like a Poltergeist that is like, you know, possessing a chandelier is a classic Poltergeist thing, right? Like The ghosts are the only thing that should be random objects.
Seems fair to me. How about here?
Wait,
I also like Houndoom.
what about this?
Houndoom is cute, but Houndoom isn't one of my favorites. It's just cute. Imagine that.
A toast, my friends, to peace.
To peace.
It's hard to believe we were fighting each other when we all know who the real enemy is.
Yeah. Fucking rocks. Words. Ew. Gross. Poltergeist? It honestly sounds vaguely familiar, but I don't know that I am familiar with it. So we didn't get any experience from this, so at least we didn't like lose out on that element. Let's see here. Save under test. We now have the ability to do promotion quests here for the top promotion. So what does the master quest require? I guess we'll find out. I'll take a glance at it. Poltergeist. It's a black tea Pokemon? Interesting. Black tea is like roasted first, right? Like tea is tea. I think black tea is roasted tea. Or something like that. They do something to it. Sinistea. That is such a funny name. Generation 8. Pot Death. So what are you? Oh, it's Pure Ghost. That's interesting. I would have expected with a name like Sinistea that it would have to be Dark type, right? Like it would be Dark Ghost. But it's not. It's just Ghost. Interesting. A Pure Ghost type is fairly uncommon, right? Interesting. But yeah, see, that's the thing. I'm happy that you can come up with as many random objects that are just ghosts as you want. In my opinion. Like, Poltergeist is cute. Heat processed and dried. Oh, so it's like the difference between like fresh versus like not. That would make sense. That's why the British drink black tea, is because it came from like. Where was tea grown that the British were using, actually? Was it in the colonies? Like, was the tea grown in their colonies, or were they just importing it from, like, Japan and China? They probably brought it from India, right? Did they grow tea in India? I have no idea. Okay, we need to defeat the High Priest of Ba, so that's not going to happen anytime soon. We need to go to Avlee for that. Let's see here. What other promotion quests do we have? We have the Paladin promotion quest available. Let's find out. That requires going to Deja. So we're not doing that now. You know, maybe I should have... Maybe I should have done that. Let's see here. So we can't do the thinger. We can do the night promotion in Bracata Desert, which I didn't put the thing down in. I'm such a dope. Wait, I do have one. No, this is Iron Sand Desert. Different desert. That is the wrong desert. Shit. Six raid. Is there a promotion quest here? No, right? Let's see. Where? So yeah, let's go. Wait, we can't do the night promotion now anyway, right? There's no way we have 5. We might have 4. with 3. What day is it? It's Sunday! Let's go. So we can pop over to do the arena. We can't finish it here, but we can get it close to done. And... Oh, okay, cool. So I can ignore this. Eventually that'll lead to a thing that I have to deal with. We'll have an event to deal with there. And...
Traveling today? Coach leaves right away.
I'm not sinister at all. I'm not sinister, I'm Sinisty. Ah.
We got a Thunderbird. It is very weak. A friend here who's probably going to just melt.
Just but a scratch.
Power Liches seem like a thing I should probably be burning down. Hello, Chaos Protector. Hello, Power Lich. Unless there's a weaken we can no longer resurrect. Nice. Okay. Flight leaders here. Okay. So there's a chance that they drop stuff.
Sorry.
Oh, right, I didn't actually look at the stuff that I had picked up. I forgot. Alright, we're going to check our inventory once we finish here. We know that we need some number of Dragon Eyes. So it's good that we're getting some of them here. Have another Flight Leader. Dungeon complete.
There's no room.
Get that. Get this. Get this. Get this. Perfect. Alright, now we just TP back to Harmondale. We should probably just do the night promotion now. Which place has the lowest amount of experience? It's still here. So we'll probably get the EXP here. Does Bolster not work in the arena? Is that how that works? Is like Bolster just kind of broken for the arena right now, and we don't need to worry about the Bolster mechanic for the arena itself? I think that might be the case. If the Bolster mechanic is broken for the arena, then what I'm going to do is I'm actually just going to immediately do this
Come in. Enjoy your stay.
to get this done. Because we want to get this done before we turn in any other quests that we have to turn in, actually.
Traveling today?
What I probably should have done is, as soon as I was able to beat the Night Arena with some degree of regularity, I should have probably done all 5 of my arena victories there then, to get the maximum EXP that I'm going to get from it, because of the relational difference between my level and their level being the highest when I'm first able to get it done. Maybe we could have done an entire stream dedicated to just making arena night attempts sometime fairly early in the game. That might have been a fun way to spend a stream. It could have been boring for people, and it could have been really interesting. Kind of depends. I like the arena generally, so. But I'm not sure how interesting it would be to have me failing at the arena for 80% of my attempts until I get 5 of them done. I mean, admittedly, it's not very long. It's not like the Endless Arena, which is very, it's 3 waves. I guess it's more like 15 waves or whatever. Alright, so that's done. That means that we have the night quest done. We can complete that. Which, actually, completing that gives us a thing, right? Cannot cast that at all here. So, and I didn't put down a thing in Bricata, right? Correct. It's for Darkside, unfortunately. So we don't get to finish that dungeon unless we choose Darkside. Which is unfortunate. Not a huge deal, but it's, you know, a bit unfortunate. Yeah, pretty sad. So we're gonna get this turned in. Do we have something in Tatalia? Is there a promotion in Tatalia? Oh, we actually have another quest that we can pick up in Bracada. We can get the Ranger Lord quest, which means that we can get a second tier of promotion done for Olren, actually. We're going to have a really big power spike here. It's not a huge power spike, but it's still fairly big, I think. We're going to get a bit of extra HP. We're going to have Kortal getting pumped up. I think that this is not it, but this has Plate Grand, which I think we can do. Okay. Always fight for the light champions. Oh. You know what? That's a really good point. Yeah, I probably can't do the Ranger Lord quest. You're right. Yep, we need to get the Hunter thing done. Damn. Okay, that's fine. We have GM plate. We're actually gonna get a huge power boost for Kortal. Let's see, expert dodging. I want you to be a master. Small child, could you not just be a master? Alright. We're gonna just put down a beacon here. Let's see. Anything else that we need to do immediately? We need to get all of the skills trained. We can't get bodybuilding higher. Plate is already GM. We need Axe GM. We need Frost, Body, Dark Master. We don't have access to, I think. Body GM. Is Body GM in Murmurwoods? Let's see. Where's Body GM here? Body GM here, I think, is in Avley. Sincor's Cave. Okay, I'm gonna recreate these. Oh, right, I don't have a disarm skill. Gotcha. Okay, I'm going to reload the autosave. Let's see. In 7, it's somewhere that we have access to. GMX. GMX, I think, is in Tatalia. GM Spear was in Harmondale. Unless it was Master Axe that was in... Was it Master? Where's the GM? I'm gonna find out. Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh, well. Convenient. So, there's no allies in here at the moment, so we don't have to worry about anybody in here dying. So we have a little bit of an event here where we get to kill a bunch of extra enemies that wouldn't exist if we didn't do this quest, or if we did this quest. Okay, clear out the castle.
No match for me.
All that jazz. So how many of you are there? Is it just this initial entryway that has enemies in this? Unfortunately, we're gonna have to walk back to Tatalia. Let's see. Yeah, we already got the spear done, so we don't need to worry about the spear. Get their armor. Nice. Let me complete this. Oh, that's a good question. Can I complete this? We'll find out, I guess. Are there enemies up there? Wait. What? Oh, this is the basement. If there's enemies in the basement, it makes sense to think that there might be some up upstairs. It'd be very funny if they spawned up there and we couldn't deal with them. We'll see if we're still in the yellow in some places once we've cleared all the enemies.
Ah, it's useless.
Does it cause a... There's no additional problem associated with extra time being spent, is there? Now that I think about it? Like, if I were to delay coming here, it's not like it's not like these are actually going to loot anything while I'm gone. Like, it's not like anything changes. Right? Oh, that was only level 35 for some reason. That's interesting. I don't know why that was only level 35. The boss is spawning at a different level than the others. It looks like these are spawning according to my current level. But the bosses are spawning according to the level... Oh, no. Yeah, maybe the bosses are spawning according to the level that I came in here. Interesting.
Huh. There's no room. There's no room.
Oh, right, I didn't even
It's
check the...
useless.
So that's a temptation. I'm actually tempted to reload back to Tatalia. Because if you look at my experience, at this point I'm not in the lowest EXP level area. I think it might... I think I'm actually going to skip this and come back to this as my next dungeon. So, like, if I look at this... Yeah, we're currently ahead. So, we still have all these quests to turn in, and I am gonna do... I guess, do we have a bunch of quests to turn in? Did we already turn in all the quests that we're going to do? We might have already turned in all the quests that we're going to do. But we can skip Harmondale. We don't need to go through Harmondale. We can Lloyd's Beacon to a different continent. We don't need to do... we don't need to do it through the thing. So, we need Frost. Frost is easy to do. We beacon to the Freehaven Sewer. We don't need this beacon to be here anymore. We can town portal to Mist. Get water person done. Okay. Okay, so GM water is done. We don't have any other spells that we need mastery of right now, right? I don't think so. So we have GM Water on Kortal, which gives us access to what spell? Ice Bomb. Which is fine. Now, next on the agenda is, I think, popping to Ilsingor's cave. What is that dragon cave that I have a that I have a thing or two? I think the GM for all the self magic is in Murmurwoods. So we're gonna pop over to Murmurwoods and get that done. So we'll have GM body. Wait, do you have master even? Yes. You have master. We're gonna get GM body. And with GM body, we can basically Kortal will be in a very strong position. And then Bob's your uncle or whatever, right? Master Alchemy, which we have. GM Spirit, Mind, Body. Learning. So, do we have anybody who doesn't have Expert Ascension? Do we need Expert Ascension on everybody? Not necessarily. Is it this one? No. Magic person. Okay. So we already turned this in. So, GM. Looks like this character is pretty much set. They've got all of their jazz set up. Our regen is now sitting at 200 per second. It's 232 on Komanatin, which is not too terrible. 53 on Olrin. So we've got about 50 on just coming from the spell. We're now eligible for 8 levels of experience, and that's useful for our purposes. We have a shit ton of EXP gained in 6. Is there anything else that we can turn in immediately now? Mind Magic 7 had the promotion quest there. Is there a... The Druid quest is in Tularia, but we haven't done the prerequisite quest first. We haven't done the priest quest at all. And yeah. I feel like we might be killing way too much time in the Barrow Downs, honestly. We have the rest of the Barrows to clear and then 2 more dungeons before we can finally go to Deja. Like, we're getting really far in without getting those promotions done, which is unfortunate. But, you know, that's just life. Let's take a look at these items that we've picked up. Some of these we picked up yesterday. So, this is not... This is a legendary Mace of the Dragon. You know? It's too bad we're not using maces, huh? Too bad we're not using maces. Really? Really too bad we're not using maces, huh? Okay, well, that's fine. So, we've got Primordial Divine's Gauntlets, Featherfall, we have Disarm, and...
Let's leave it behind.
We could sell it.
I will say, it's not an amazing effect to have on a mace. We do have an orb. I picked up 2 orbs early on, and I haven't picked up one since. The previous run, I was using my orbs fairly willy-nilly, and I need to use an orb on this at some point, because I'm going to need to convert this over to be on a 2-handed weapon. So I already have the thinger on something. Is it a ring? No. It's boots. So I already have this effect on these boots. So I could, in theory, copy these boots 3 times, or no, I could copy them twice to get 3 total boots, which is probably not going to be the optimal way to. Oh my god! Look how much we have in this inventory. Let's go.
Very weak.
Anything interesting here? Let's see.
Powerful this is.
Powerful this is.
Junk.
Let's see. We have Corbu's remains. I think that our level is going to start skyrocketing as we finish the next few areas. Yeah, inventory boss time indeed. Let's see. I think that we've gotten fairly decent luck with our legendaries. Did we find a legendary plate? We did. So yeah, we've gotten pretty decent luck with our legendaries so far. We don't have much in the way of legendary weapons. We only have like the 1 spear. I guess we have 2 spears and a mace, right? So and a crossbow if you count that as a weapon. So we found a few different ones. Not great luck in terms of finding ones that are actually usable, but that's fine. Anything else to do? Okay, yeah. Very nice. That is good to hear.
There's no
Let's move this to somewhere else because I don't want to sell it immediately. Move the crafting items out. And yeah, we'll do some inventory management now. And then we will move on. So we're gonna pop to Ravenshore. Which place are we doing now? I guess we're doing here next, right? We're doing Might Magic 8. Where were we in 8?
rarities from
Did we just... Oh, wait, did we just finish the zone here? I think we just finished the
business was a
the troll area, Iron Sand Desert. I think Iron Sand Desert just got finished, right? So, if Iron Sand Desert just got finished, that wasn't my legendary, was it? It's going good. We're making some progress. Making some good progress. Where is it? Okay. Just confirming. I guess I could have just looked in my inventory for my halberd, which I knew the location of. Which is right here. Could have done that. It's going good. We have just cleared out a milestone that gave us a bunch of experience, and then did another milestone that gave us a bunch of experience. So we just gained 8 levels. I guess we haven't actually gained the levels yet. We haven't trained yet. But we have gained the ability to gain 8 levels. Okay. Are any of you important? That's a lot of extra vitality. Is this worthwhile for you? What the fuck are you wearing? Oh, death and eradication immunity. I can't get rid of the death and eradication immunity. We've had way too many times where death and eradication immunity has saved my life. So we're not getting rid of that yet. We'll get rid of it once we have more stuff available. Okay, I think we're fine here. I think we can just sell all this garbage.
We can outfit you.
Okay. Sell. 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 Yeah, progress is being made.
Our axes are the
And we will see if we can maintain the pace. We'll see. I think we might be able to. Alright, so let's start dumping stuff that we don't need, which doesn't count that. We need this as well for now. Do we need this? Body and water. This just gives water resistance. No, we don't, because we have a legendary that we're going to hold on to for now. Okay. Easy peasy, easy peasy. We have this legendary mace, which has a really good set of effects. I will say, though, the hit steal 2% of current HP monster health isn't a very good effect on a mace anyway. I mean, it's a good effect in general, so even on a mace, it's good. It's a powerful enough effect that it's useful, but, like, if you're going to find that on a weapon, the weapon that you want to find that on is maybe, like, a dagger. You don't really want to find that on
Our axes are the best.
on a weapon that doesn't scale speed. You know? Not necessarily the optimal weapon to have that on.
We can outfit you.
Boom, 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 boom. Nailed it. Okay, next. You're fine-ish. Okay, get rid of this. I don't think I need this. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. We still don't have mind mastery. No, we're not going to get rid of this. This is useful for venomous enemies. Venomous AoEers in particular. But also just, like, honestly, it's just useful for a lot of circumstances. Anytime we're getting, like, mobbed by thingers, it's a good idea. No, that actually has a really high amount of air resistance. If I end up struggling really hard in an air damage environment, Wait a second. Didn't I loot that? I looted that chest with old Nick, right? So why can't I open the chest anymore? Roll for crafting cube on chest, please. Like, roll for which character is going to get it? I can't roll for it. Because some of the characters can't get... Oh, wait, yes they can. I'm eligible for 134. I'll have to level up first. Let's see here. I just roll a 2, and then I just can't use my plate anymore. So here's the serious question: if I roll a 4, what happens? If I roll a 4 on this, feels bad, man. Yeah, you can equip this just for the hell of it. Let's see. I mean, this is my best plate. It's not a legendary. Okay. Wait, do we need this? Is Minotaur Herdsman's Axe the... It is, but I don't think I need to work off of that one as a baseline. Okay, we can check these. Let's see. Yeah, it's the top one, but I probably don't need it just because it's not a very good effect.
It's worthless.
And so it would take a lot of reworking to turn that into a good legendary, which I'm probably not going to bother investing in. Let's see. This Axe of Balthazar is also going to scale a lot more once I think I am actually going to equip this again. Let's put it in the offhand, I think. Actually, this is only a 1% power reduction compared to... Oh, this has 64% water resistance. Jesus. Okay, we're going to hold on to this for now. But yeah, we're going to do this setup.
There's no
I
room.
think I need this. Okay. You know what? Store more than anything else.
Our axes are the best.
Rarities
Okay.
from across the land.
Okay.
Business was a pleasure.
Onto that. Did I already do the Dragon Eyes? I think I already did the Dragon Eyes, actually. I don't think I need
We
more
can
else.
outfit you.
Sell this. It's a sword. Pretty sure it's weaker than what we got. I did disarm 8 on this, actually. Do I want to hold on to this? I'm going to hold on to this because I don't know if I can actually use Old Nick anymore. Let's find out. Oh, I can still use Old Nick. Okay. I was thinking I couldn't use Old Nick anymore because now I've chosen to be good instead of evil. But apparently the evil, good requirements are not active anymore. Let's see. Anything? Jumps out at me as something I need to deal with. Didn't I? I was going to get rid of that, but I didn't because I didn't have space for it. Right. Okay. This is a Serpent Staff. It's a huge vitality increase. Except against earth damage. I don't think I need it. Yeah, I'm not going to worry about it. There's advantages to making Kamanaton even tankier, but because of the fact that Kamanaton is not really a healer, at least for the moment. Speaking of which, let's go grab a spell for Kamanaton. Let's go buy
Sure, we got spells.
something like this.
Another spell learned.
So, heal is now available. And we could try to get our ascension high enough to make this heal spell worthwhile. This heals for 70 right now. I don't know how high my ascension would need to get. Do I have the ascension item on it? Oh wait, this gives a shit ton of bonus to ascension skill, right? It does not. Oh wait. Right, I forgot. Yes, it maxes out at my current ascension. So any points that I put into ascension are functionally doubled as long as I have this hat on. So that's good to remember.
We can outfit you.
Yeah, I will probably be dumping points into Ascension. So we at the very least should have... This was already actually ascended, right? Was it not? That's interesting. Why wasn't it ascended already? Because it should have had a bonus of 1. Is Heal not the second spell on the list anymore? What heals? I mean, maybe not, because it did cost 4 instead of 2, which I think was the original thing. Not going to worry about it. Anyway, next on our agenda is figuring out if we're set. Let's see. Was it 1? Now it's a 2. Because the first spell on the list is Cure Weakness, right? We also have this, which means that we can fully craft an item that has at least 1 useful stat on it to just like customize it to whatever we want it to look like. Okay, next on our agenda is figuring out which zone we're going to go to here. Actually, is that the next thing on our agenda, or is the next thing on our agenda training? I think the next thing on our agenda might be training, actually. I guess it depends on where we're going. So, we can go to Ravage Roaming next. And I think that's where I want to be next. That gives us access to the Minotaur quest. It gives us access to... Well... I don't think I want to do Ravage Roaming next, actually. The egg. Yeah. I think I might want to do Shadowspire next. Ravage Roaming would be a lot easier to do next. But if I do Shadowspire next... if I do Shadowspire next, I actually have a bunch of quests I can turn in now. If I go to Ravage Roaming, I can't turn in any quests until I get the Minotaur dungeon cleared. So it doesn't have like an immediate massive effect. Whereas I think I have the... do I have... Where's the sarcophagus? Do I need to go to a zone that I haven't been to for the sarcophagus, or is it in Shadows? Because I can't turn it in anyway, because I don't have the sarcophagus. But I do have the book that I need for the Necromancer quest already. So I can immediately turn that in. The things in Ravage Roaming? Ooh. Which is more efficient? Since I can only do the one quest turn in, I guess it probably does make sense to do Ravage Roaming next. Right? Because we have the Necromancer quest we can turn in Shadowspire. But I think that's it, right? The other advantage of going to Shadowspire next is that I can train my skills there. I can train Dark in Shadowspire, probably. I don't know if I can get Mastery, though. I can probably get Grand Mastery. I don't know if I can get Mastery. We can also learn the Vampire skill, which would be a nice thing to have. But I don't know. I don't know which one I want to go to. I think Ravage Roaming is probably more efficient. Shadowspire is a thing I could do if I wanted to torture myself. But because of the fact that I can't turn in the Vampire quest immediately, yeah, we need to get the Vampire quest done, but we can't get that quest done until we go to Ravage Roaming anyway. I think we do Ravage Roaming next. I think that's where we're going. But we should train if we're going to go to Ravage Roaming, because Ravage Roaming is a whole thing. So we need to go to Might and Magic 6, which we should be able to teleport there, right? Yep, we have the Freehaven Sewer TP from this Freehaven Sewer. We just pop to Whitecap, where we should probably be able to train. Where's the treaty? It's in the southern area, right? It's too bad none of my characters promote off a priest, huh? Is it not? No, it's not. You're right. It's at the top. It's at the top of this place. It's a 10. I know where I'm going. This was a test. I was testing y'all's memory of the way this area works. That's what I was doing.
Who needs training?
Nope. Okay, can't do this place. If we can't do this place, then I don't have access to the really high level ones here outside of Iron Fist, and I don't want to travel for it. So I think I might do something that is not necessarily optimal. I'm going to check. I'm confused about this. I'm wondering whether, like, once you've disarmed a chest, if you still have to use the thing to open it. Yeah, it looks like you just still need to have enough skill to open it, even after you've opened it the first time. Which is fine. So, that means that we can now teleport to Ravenshore. I think I'm just gonna go. We're gonna be a few levels behind. And Stone City exists. That there is a good point. That right there is a good point, and I can go straight to Stone City. I don't need to go through Harmondale. So since I don't need to go through Harmondale, I don't need to worry about, like, triggering the event and then feeling bad. I mean, technically I've already triggered the event. I got a message from someone saying, "Oh, some bandits might have just shown up for some reason. Oh, imagine that."
No pain, no gain. Good job. 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 Good job.
I do think that it's funny that, like, time passes in all the worlds simultaneously. Let's see here. We have Freehaven. What dragon cave is this? Because it's not Ilsengor's cave. Oh, is this my Magic 8? Probably. We're actually going to yeah, this is the dragon cave. Alright, we're gonna reset this beacon. We're going to recall to Freehaven. Yeah. And we're just going to put the beacon down again. We don't need to set it in a more optimal place yet. That's done. And then let's see here. Elsengor's Cave is currently the only beacon that we have in 8. So let's move out of this area. We don't need to be in the dungeon. And then we can just put it outside. Alright. And set this one here. Alright. So now we have a fresh beacon everywhere. We can TP to Ravenshore. What day is it? It is Sunday. So yeah, let's do the Endless Arena today. Let's do it. We'll do the Endless Arena. And how are we doing on EXP? So clearing the exterior of Ravage Roaming is probably going to get the job done. Let's see here. What are we going to do for this? Are we just going to keep these all equal? I think that's exactly what we're going to do, yes. There we go. As for you, I think we're basically doing the same thing, right? We were getting Arms Master caught up, I believe. So Arms Master's now caught up. How close are we to promoting? I feel like we might be fairly close to promoting you, actually, so I think I'm going to get Enlightenment up. This is not necessarily the optimal thing to do, but at the very least it does give me a mana pool boost. So that's useful. Okay, as for you, water. And do we want to keep ignoring the leather skill and just leave it at 10 for now? I think it's kind of funny to do that. Yeah, let's see how big of a difference it makes overall. At some point, if we feel the need, we can pump it from like 10 to 40 or something like that in one level up, just to see how big an effect it ends up having. So let's just do this. I think that makes sense. Gonna leave these 3 skills like a few points behind. Now, you need so many skills. Okay. So, axe, spear, air, earth, chain, arms, bodybuilding, and axe. Alright, nailed it. Next, what are we doing?
Need a coach? Ready to
Arena.
go. My weapons are ready.
Okay, so last time we came to the arena, I think we were struggling. The other thing is that I didn't use a hardened item thing on this. I just realized. It's kind of a random moment to realize that, but that's such is the way that my brain works. One Harpy Queen down. 2 Harpy Queens down. These are the Magic 7 version. That's interesting. The color scheme is so different than I remember. They're so much more vibrant than 7. Because they're Harpy... The highest tier, I think, is Harpy Witch in 6. That's... Okay. So this is promising. There's the boss. I think it's Swift. We're gonna pull out. Oh shit. Cursed? Are you cursed as well? No. Okay, we should be fine, I think. We've been dealing pretty decent DPS here, I think, so... Did they get stuck above me? That's pretty funny. I was not expecting that. Are you on the roof? You're so high up. I think I can probably take this out before the rest spawn, because I feel like we cleared pretty quickly here. I love how when they get stunned, they fall to the ground. I think that's very cool. Alright. Oh, right, I was supposed to roll for the thing. I'll do that after the arena. I just forgot. Okay, so these are the Might Magic 6 version. I think this is not a good way to handle this. Actually... I'm gonna basically hop over here. Ooh, we got... I'm gonna basically just put some attacks over here, get the curse off again.
Tis but a scratch.
Let's see what happens when we do this. Bad things happen. But, can we get some of them stuck here in a way that helps us? I think the answer is yes. I think some of these are stuck, but I don't know that enough of them are to save us here. Oh, we have the reflecting... Okay, this is a boss. As long as we can burn down this boss before things get too bad, we should be okay. That's a big problem. Okay. If we can get this boss down, then we're pretty much golden. Okay, boss is down. So somebody's hitting us. But whoever's hitting us isn't going to hit us as hard as the boss was. So as long as we can keep Kamanaton up... Damn.
I'm wounded.
That spell earlier is very slow. Okay, we got that done. We now have more lifesteal in play. Is that another? That's another spawn. So we have the next set here now. Can I? We're still getting hit by harpies from somewhere. Is it just this one though? I'm concerned about the remainders here. Luckily, some of the Gogs are getting leaking into there instead of toward me. Okay, I think. Oh, I can just hit them from here. That's an issue. Let's get the ones that are down here. They're actually attacking me. Ooh. The boss is there. Oh shit! Sticks grenade. Okay, I think I might get burned down here. I think I'm probably gonna get burned down here. Wait. Okay, we got Olrin back up. So we can jump over here, and then from here we can jump down. Okay. Okay. Okay, get this one that's on us. Oh boy. That's a thorn. What a great combination. Thorns on an exploding enemy. Love to see it. You just love to see that. So,
No match for me.
every stage of the operation, that thing is going to cause problems for us. Okay. But yeah, on the plus side, this Thorns enemy is the last enemy that I need to deal with. So we should be golden here as long as I don't think I fuck things up too badly. And this is the Might and Magic 6 version. So since the Might and Magic 6 version, I don't have to worry about anything too crazy happening. And loot this, and loot this again. There we go. Level 12 completed. Nailed it. So where was I going? Going back to Ravenshore. And we can go to Ravage Roaming, unless we're above here, which we're not, right? Okay. So let's take a look at what we just did. We got an amulet. We got legendary boots. Okay. We have our final legendary for boots. We have 3 legendary boots now. So 3 different effects. I don't think you have the legendary that saves your life once, right? So I don't even need to be too fancy with this, I don't think. We can just pretty much equip this for now. And we have earth resistance on this, which means that the earth resistance on this is completely pointless. We have double earth resist on our weapon that does absolutely nothing. You'll love to see it. We are going to remove curse on you. You're just drunk, I think. So, fly to here. Is drunkenness the only effect? Yes. Yeah, that goes away with time. So we can get to Ravage Roaming from here today. And is that our goal for right now? I believe it is, yes. Let's go to Ravage Roaming. And there's probably an inn here. Right there. In fact, Right. Let's do it. Number generator 1 through 5. Generate. That is a 1. Okay. This requires level 122 now. Still equipable.
Room? Something to drink?
Apparently we can find the stealing skill. Let's play Archomage. We can immediately pop a Corrosion Cloud. It looks like economy cards aren't going to be super relevant for this because we have a really strong economy from the start. Let's see here. I could do Crystal Matrix if I want. I think I'm going to do Ruby. I should have done the... I forgot that I had this. Yeah, if it's a big if it was balanced, to be sure. I don't know though. I do like Triple Triad. Is it Triple Triad? That's what the Might Magic 8 one is called, right? Has like really complicated like rule like progression rules and shit. Like you can manipulate the rules in all the regions. There's like entire like guides on the internet for how to like, you know, change the rule sets for the different regions over time. It's like it's to propagate the rule sets that you want. On the plus side, they keep using cards that damage themselves. And I shouldn't have done that. I should have held that for when the inevitable switch happens. We're in a really strong position here. I'm not actually going to use the Crystallize yet. I'm going to use Spellweavers. Let's see if we can get the economy flowing in such a way that it doesn't matter what happens, we're just going to win regardless. Let's see. Go ahead and do Custom Query. Because I don't have to worry too much about them winning. Let's see. I haven't even seen that. This is the most self-destructive I have ever seen the enemy player behave. That is so funny. I think I need quite a lot. I think I need probably like close to 500 gems or something to cap out there, so I'm actually gonna do Collapse, because they've started at 5 brick income, but now they are so fucking low that I think it makes sense to just... Like, how are they gonna lose all of these bricks? Like, there's no way they're gonna get enough cards to use them all. But they have functionally no brick income at this point, so... Well, they had functionally no brick income. Nice! We got a Dragon's Heart. I'm going to hold on to the Dragon's Heart. I'm not going to use it unless they use a switch. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of cards coming in that push us toward any particular victory condition. It's really funny, actually, because we're just kind of sitting here not doing much. We got so much damage. I'm actually going to crystallize into Dragon's Heart. And then they switch. Of course they switch. Okay. Well, they're still doing their thing. Let's see. I'm going to hold on to Discord, but I'm not going to use it at the moment. I'm actually going to get rid of new equipment because I'm not going to be winning a resource victory off of that. So I'm going to use a reinforced wall. Do damage directly to the enemy tower. And I could do tremors into dwarves. There's no reason to worry. It's not like they can get a dragon or something. Okay, we got a dragon's heart again. They got the parity off. And then we can pop a Spellweavers. That pays for itself in 3 rounds. I believe we're going to be getting a gem victory. And since we're going for a gem victory, I basically just want to not use my gems and instead focus on preferably dealing damage to the enemy so that we keep them further away from a victory condition. I think we need to get like 150 to win. And 500 would be my guess. Do I want to do... I don't know that I'm ever going to use innovations, so I'm going to just discard it. Since I'm not going for that victory condition, I don't have a lot of reason to increase that. I guess I could have used it just to get myself the extra 4 gems, but that's not... Oh, I only needed 400. I didn't need 500. Okay. Nice.
Let's leave it behind. We don't need this.
What was the legendary that I just picked up? It was boots, right? Yeah, okay. So we're going to need to work on those boots to make them particularly good. Considering that we now have... You know... Good on you getting to retirement, I guess. You don't seem like someone who's had a terribly easy life, considering that you seem to have lost an eye at some point. So, we're not doing this immediately, we're doing this once we clear the zone. I can sell the forged credit vouchers that I have, I guess. That's what this is. I had one a second ago. Yes. I have a neutral reputation. Do the credit vouchers do anything reputationally? Okay, I should probably cast Protection from Magic. That seems like something I should probably have up. If I'm going to be dealing with a bajillion Gorgons. Let's see. Deactivate Bless, I guess, for now. That's not. Wait, what do I have? What do I have on right now? I don't have Mind Resistance on either. Let's get to know. Okay, so we should be a little bit less DPS, but we are not vulnerable to getting like burned down by the Gorgons. So that's a Thorn Gorgon. It's level 146. So honestly, the petrification effect might end up being the least of my concerns here, honestly. We'll find out. How dangerous are you? Not that bad, actually. These are fine. When I saw 146, I was a little concerned, but it looks like these are not going to be a particularly serious threat. We're immune to death and eradication, and we're immune to all the other dangerous stuff from Protection from Magic, so... So this is going to be a lot easier than it was last time. Remember last time? Whew, that was rough. Alright, so this is a Thorns enemy. It's going to be a pain in the ass. We're gonna... we probably should have been clearing this one first. We're going to clear this one first. We're going to start beating on the Thorns enemy. And... this is going, honestly, not that bad until Commoditon nearly dies. And now... Yeah, we got some DPS into it. That was my idea. Can I just fly there? Yes. Alright. So we're gonna just move over here for a bit. Was it Cortal Crit problem? I don't think so. I don't think that Thorns does that much damage to me. I think that's just it hitting me for a lot of damage on one of my squishy targets. I could be wrong. Yeah, Cortal's barely touching his own HP. See, that's Cortal getting smacked in the face by the Gorgon. That's not a self hit. The damage that Cortal takes from these is not really that high now. From these meaning Thorns, not these meaning like extremely high level terrifying enemies that just punch me in the face really hard. Yeah, there's been a couple of balance changes recently that have really weakened Thorn's effects for a melee party at the very least. And so we now have like a huge percentage of the damage that's coming in from that effect being eliminated by the lifesteal.
I don't know. Ow!
Okay, both of the characters who can shared life are dead. Oh god! Well, luckily, Commoditon can't drown. That's good to know.
Have no fear.
Commoditon literally cannot drown. Need a 50,000. There is a changelog in the Discord. It's called changelog, and I kept forgetting that it exists as well. It's just one of the channels of the Discord. You have to scroll down a bit to get to it. But the two changes that are most impactful there is that sometime in the fairly recent past, Thorns had their damage multiplier reduced. I guess it's not a multiplier, it's an exponent, but regardless. They had their damage reduced, as well as the... we're not going to be able to share life for a while, actually. Oh, but you know what we can do? We can guess Cure, which heals for less than the time it takes to, do it. So maybe we don't cast that anymore. So we are conscious now on Cortal. We don't have Severia up, which is an issue because Severia is the bulk of our DPS. Let's save this under danger and just walk over there and start beating on it. Yeah, I kept looking for it and just not finding it for the longest time because I'm just blind apparently. And I stream the game every day and I keep having to ask chat like, so what were the changes that they made? How do you people know this? It's like, you just look at the changelog and I go, changelog. Yeah, I'll definitely look at that. Fast forward to 24 hours later. Oh, was there a change? What did the change do? Check the changelog. Chat, what did they change yesterday? Repeat this for a couple of months, and then eventually I figured out that I needed to look for the changelog. This is just the natural cycle of events. Okay, so we have a shit ton of these around here. I'm not sure how dangerous these are going to be. They hit pretty hard on the bosses at the very least hit pretty hard. They seem to hit fairly hard, and Commoditon's low, so we might die here. We need a bit more durability on Cortal, honestly. We have one Iron Gorgon, some brass. I'm assuming brass is weaker than iron. Oh, shit. That's concerning. You're pretty okay. Yeah, the release versions on GitHub are pretty far behind. The changelog is for the every push, not every, but like most of the pushes to the whatever it's called on GitHub, the most recent build. We could gather the whole swarm at the water, but remember they have ranged attacks now. So if we did that, it would be very bad for us. Let's see.
Tis but a scratch.
Is it getting... In the link to in Discord, there's an info and links category, and that has the link to that. The changelog is under GitHub updates. And info and links has the thing, and then you just, the way that I'm doing it is I'm just clicking on the thing. It takes me to the release build, and then I just click on the top to get to the most recent build. Somewhere. I don't remember where. I have to like look at things to have any idea what they look like, because, you know, Aphantasia and all that.
Tis but a scratch.
Aphantasia do be like that, you know? That is a concerning amount of damage coming out.
Help me.
Nope. Help yourself. You're supposed to be the immortal necromancer. Get good. Okay, you took like no damage there. You know, I guess I shouldn't like talk too much shit, considering that the only reason that Commoditon was low in the first place is because everybody else is just like funneling HP into themselves away from Commoditon. So to be fair, Commoditon's like, please help me by not stealing HP from me anymore for like, give me a second. Let me breathe for 2 seconds before you continue.
Now here's something.
Just, you know, it is something. It's a spear. It's another spear that's really good. It's a really good spear, but I only have one person who can use spears. I only have the one. And honestly, they don't even like to use spears. Wow. 2 random ranged attacks just like culling my HP. Oof. You know what? I should have flown so that I could split this pack. We've split the pack a bit. Unfortunately, this one is immediately retreating, which means that until like something happens to change its aggression pattern, it's just going to walk backward as opposed to continuing to accord me.
What is it?
So, the Iron Gorgons hit pretty hard. They're pretty dangerous, but I think that this is going to go fine. I think this area is going to be much smoother than it was the last time. I feel like the last time we were really struggling with these. Like, the only way that we killed these the last time was because they couldn't use ranged attacks. That's a concern, actually. So, melted me so fast. It's funny to say that, like, this is going way better as, like, 3 enemies, just no boss, just 3 random enemies, just one shot 4 party members, one after another. Like, it seems a little weird to be like, yeah, things are going great. But, like, last time we were really in a real bad place. I'm pretty happy with the way that this run has gone so far, actually. I feel like, you know, obviously we had the little bit of a kerfuffle with Murmurwoods. We had the Murmurwoods wasps, which, you know, cause problems as wasps always do. But if we can... Whoa! Baby! That hurt a lot, actually. It do be that way, that's so true. It do be that way. Okay, buddy. I need you to come to me. I need you to stop running away. There we go. Okay, so I think we can take out an Iron Gorgon on its own. They don't hit Komanatin very hard, so like we're not really in serious risk of anything too crazy happening, but they are still pretty dangerous. Once we've cleared out this section, I think we'll be mostly fine. This section will have like a ton of enemies, and once we've cleared it, we just have like wyverns to deal with. I think the wyverns are maybe a little lower level, probably a little bit less crazy. Hopefully we can... I have done no damage. Hold on. Yeah, we're struggling. But Komanatin's very durable. You know? We have the one party member who is handling this quite well. I feel like we should probably start investing into Severia's
Have no fear.
ability to survive.
Ow.
Just a little bit. We do not have Fate now. I guess I could cast that on somebody else. I forgot about the fact that I could just cast that on somebody else. I can cast Bless on Orin as well. It won't be as good, but it's certainly better than nothing. No, I can't cast Bless with you at all. That's not a thing I can do, actually. Yeah, it'll definitely help. The DPS buff there will help considerably. What's your crit rate? 86. Oh, did they change the... Okay, no, they didn't change that. Someone was mentioning that the tooltip says with damage and healing spells, and then it says, oh, by the way, the healing can't crit though.
Heal me.
It's just a holdover from the previous way the tooltip read. Okay, so I like the idea though that you have like a crit chance for healing spells, but they're unable to crit. I actually think that would be funny. It's just like somewhere in the code there's a crit chance for healing spells and they can't crit, so you can't use them.
I don't know.
That's actually very common in game design, is that you'll have a thing
I don't know.
that exists as a stat, but which actually doesn't get, it never gets called. Because of a variety. There can be a billion reasons why. And I think sometimes you can you can get the thing to call that stat anyway. But like a really famous example, I mean, I don't know how famous, but like an example that I think of as a famous example is in Final Fantasy VI, the physical evade stat doesn't do anything because they use the wrong calculation. So physical evade does nothing, and neither does blind. Because the physical, like, to hit chance is never calculated. Everything uses the magic formula instead. So if you have a high enough magic defense, you will basically dodge every single attack that can be dodged in the game. Some attacks cannot be. Ultima can't be dodged. And you can't dodge an attack if it's behind you. So if you get back attacked, you can get Gib before you basically gain the ability to dodge. Let me get out of here.
Scratch.
There isn't a link directly to the current build here, so give me a second. So if I'm going to click on releases, so in releases, which brings you to the Maw Merge 2.5, I then click on the top where it says Maw Merge, which brings us to the main page, right, for the thing, and then there's a green button that says code. And you click that button and then download zip. So that's the route to it. The link to that, like, wait, do I have a live stream in the background open? Why do I have a live stream open in the background? That's not supposed to be how you run things. This is the link to the main page, and on that page you're just clicking on the code button. It's not like download code, it just says code. It's a green button, and then you click download zip. I find the GitHub UI very confusing myself. It took me a long time before I could like figure out how to navigate that UI. I have no idea why. I don't know why it took me so long to figure out how to navigate the UI. I seem to be able to navigate it now, but... Oh, for where they're listed? No, they're listed in the... So if you go to the Discord, there is a... there are multiple like sections on the Discord. So you have all the main things, and then below the main things, there's a section called GitHub Updates that has Nightmare, Core, TCC, Merge, and Changelog in them. So basically you're looking for... The channel that the Changelog is in is GitHub Updates, Changelog in the Discord. So it's possible that you have like the GitHub updates not showing or something, maybe. Like that's a possibility. But yeah, I think it's in between development and the untyped channels at the top. But that's just how it is on my UI. It's possible that section. And then merge. Let's see. No, it's in the Maw Discord. So in the Maw Discord, there's a section and the changelog is underneath merge in the UI. Oh yeah, I don't know anything about how the I didn't realize that there was like a link to Maw in any other Discord, so that would definitely explain it. It's like, oh yeah, it's in this channel in the Discord. It's like, I don't think that channel exists in the Discord. I don't think the Discord has this channel actually. That'll do it. Let's go. You're not everybody's fine.
Yes.
I mean, it makes sense that you'd be looking at the Discord where you've been, looking at things, right? Like, where you found the thing. Like, that makes sense to me.
Got it.
Dun, 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 dun. Two-handed axe sounds promising. Did I just find a two-handed axe? Shall we look at it now, or shall we wait? Do we have patience? Do we have discipline? Do we have any iron? Oh shit. It's fine. Everything's fine. Imagine finding a useful axe. Honestly, weirdly enough, I'm more concerned about finding a good dagger than I am about finding a good axe. I feel like I am very what's the word? I didn't find a single dagger last time. Like, I didn't find a single legendary dagger in the last run. So, I'm a little concerned about not finding one.
Can someone heal me?
Hey, you and my whole audience. I was looking at my analytics recently on YouTube, and I was actually really surprised by like the proportion of my views in the last year that have come from people who are between 40 or between like 55 and 60 or something like that, or 55 and 65 or something like that. Like demographically, it's like, oh wow, that is older than I am, and it's like 15% of my watch time. The youngsters are not watching. Young people do not watch my content. Not just this content, any of the stuff that I've been putting out in the last year. 365 days, 4% of my watch time is from the kids. The youths. Yeah. Hey, if you're under 40, you're in the you're one of the younger viewers. Which is interesting. I wouldn't have expected that, just because, like, I don't know, I still think of myself as 25, even though I'm, like, I don't know, not quite 40. What am I, 38, 39? Yeah, like, every time I hear people talking about their viewer base, it's like, oh, they have exclusively young people watching them. That's interesting. I guess that makes sense, because young people are using the internet more than us old farts, right? Like, us elder millennials are not apparently on the internet that much, which makes sense because a lot of elder millennials aren't really internet natives. But like everyone that I watch, I'm like the oldest person who watches them practically. Regardless of what kind of content they're making, no one over the age of 30 is watching. I was like, oh, okay. Meanwhile, my content is like, hey man, I'm retired, just hanging out. Remember that old game? I'm gonna put that old game on while I, like a live stream of that old game while I don't know, work on my deck? I don't know, what do retired people do? It's all men. Like, my viewer base is, unfortunately, like, 96% men, which, I prefer to be at least somewhat a higher proportion of that. Bear in mind also, this is the YouTube viewership. This is actually not this is not necessarily related to my viewership on Twitch. I don't know my Twitch analytics that intimately. I don't think Twitch doesn't give me analytics that intimate because they either don't track them or I don't have enough viewership for them to give that kind of viewership, like viewer data, without it being like basically like doxing my viewers, right? So if you have a small number of viewers, you actually don't get as much analytic data as you do otherwise. Certainly on YouTube. I think that Twitch works the same way. But like until you have like a certain base of viewership, you get like basically no analytic data. I have enough viewers on YouTube now that I get some of the more interesting analytic data that I didn't have access to before. It also lets me see like the weird stuff, like where YouTube randomly decided to show like a particular video to like 100 random people. Like no, probably not. Click-through rate is really low, so probably like, I don't know, like 10,000 people in India or something, right? Where it's just like, okay, well, let's just randomly show this particular video that's like the middle of a random run to 10,000 people in India and see if they click on it. And so what I see is like a spike of like a bunch, like 77 views from India in one day, with an average watch time of 20 seconds. Actually, that's not even true. The average watch time of 20 seconds is from the entire thing, not just from that one day. So the 20-second thing is like higher than it probably is for that day. For that day, it's probably like an average of 1 second of viewership, because it's like, oh, okay, this is the middle of some random thing. I am not interested in that. So it was interesting. Hey, Umber Witcher. I have a very broad, like, geography to where people watch from, which I appreciate. I mean, it's like, you know, I guess it's not that big a deal because it is YouTube, but like, because on YouTube they're watching VOD, obviously, but like, it's a little concerning to be like, oh yes, I have an equal distribution of viewership across every time zone in the world. Any time that I stream will be inconvenient for at least 10% of my viewers. It is guaranteed. But that's also information that I already had, because every time I change what I'm streaming, a bunch of people go, oh good, I can see you now, I haven't seen you in 2 months. You know, I haven't been able to watch live in 2 months. And then a bunch of other people go, I won't be able to watch live now. Every time. Every time I change the stream time. It's almost like I shouldn't change the stream time and just keep it the same. Hey, Malcolm. Yep, it's 11:01 here. It's just 11:01 a.m. right now. Not quite the same. Night live forever and ever. Oh, yeah? You're in the same time zone as me? Cool. East Asia Unite. I actually don't know what other countries in this region use the same are on the same time as Singapore. I think some of them are like have like an offset by some number of minutes too, right? I thought I saw some weird stuff like that where some areas had like a 15-minute offset for some reason. Excuse me. 5:01 is 6 hours behind. Oh. Yeah. Well, if you've been up to... See, when I hear, hey, I'm a night owl, it's 11:01, I hear, I getcha. You've been up since 2 o'clock. You didn't sleep last night. You're about to go to bed. It's 11 o'clock in the morning. I got you. I'm picking up what you're putting down. That was my life for a considerable period of my life.
What is it?
Honestly, it still is. I mean, I say, oh, that was my life for a considerable amount of time, and then, like, literally, what was it, yesterday? 2 days ago? I think it was 2 days ago. 2 days ago, I did a stream where I was like, oh yeah, I'm here, I didn't sleep last night. I'm gonna be here until 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I'll go to bed at 10. I didn't go to bed at 10, I went to bed at, like, 7 or something like that. Slept through, it was great, reset the schedule to something vaguely coherent. We have brass. I just want to make sure I don't have any irons if I'm fighting 4 at a time. We always have to be ready to run, but if there's an iron, it's just better to get to a better location just immediately rather than waste time. We're going to see as well if... Yeah, for a while I was getting up around like 5 or 6 o'clock when my wife got up. I think I'm going to probably start doing that again sometime in the near future. It's really nice being able to do that if you can. The weird thing is that, like, and I've said this a bunch of times, but I do still think that it's very interesting how, like, if you're an insomniac, you kind of default to the presumption of being like a night person, but I'm really not. I'm actually a morning person. I'm so much more functional when I first get up than I am, after 14 hours. It's just that I'm up for 20 hours because insomnia. So, like, it's nice to basically just get up at 3 o'clock in the morning, get, like, a bunch of stuff done while everyone else is asleep, and then just, be able to do, faff around and then go about your day. I really enjoy that. I'm just kind of bad at making it happen. Yeah. Why sleep at night? It's a weird time to sleep.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I'm a morning person. I go to sleep in the morning. Exactly. When you go to sleep is the definition of what kind of a person you are. That seems to be realistic to me. I still haven't looked at that axe, by the way. It's still in there. I should probably look at it eventually. Do we look at it once we've cleared these out? Is that how we want to handle that?
I don't know.
What are you? Brass, iron. 2 iron? Hell no. No, thank you. So we're just going to split this pack a bit. We've split it into the front and the back. I think this might mean that we have all the non-irons. Nope, we have both the irons. So the irons must have overtaken the other ones at some point. Is this just irons on us now? No, it's a brass and an iron. We're probably fine. Let's try to burn down the iron, I guess. I should have done the heal earlier than that. Okay, the iron's down, which is good, because Commodgen was getting burst hard. Alright, we're all set. It's, yeah, everything that I've seen from the Hurricane is really like really bad. Especially because like people, I think, underestimate how big of a difference it makes when it's unexpected. Like an unprecedented storm matters a lot more than the absolute severity of the storm. Because the absolute severity, it's like, you know, storms hit Florida like every 2 days, right? Like the storms that's hitting North Carolina aren't like, they're way weaker than they are in Florida. But if you don't have like the infrastructure built up to stand up to a storm, it doesn't matter like how, and you shouldn't, like not everywhere on Earth should be building infrastructure like you build if you are in a swamp that gets hit by a hurricane every week and a half, right? Like I'm not saying that this is like a problem with the infrastructure. You build infrastructure for the terrain that you're in, right? And real rough to like get massive flooding in an area that just isn't used to it, right? It's not good. It's not good. It is not good. Like, there's a lot of stuff where, like, Andrew was obviously a big deal, and, like, very scary because it was this huge, big storm, kind of like unprecedented levels of destruction or something along those lines. But, like, it just makes such a big difference when people are
Never seen one before.
taken by surprise by it, because it's like, this just doesn't happen here, you know? Like, some of it is people just not knowing how to, like, interact with hurricanes, because, like, because it's like, it's just not a thing that happens. And some of it is like, oh, like, this is, we have no idea what would even happen if we had this kind of flooding in this terrain. Because, like, the mudslides and shit like that, Florida doesn't deal with mudslides. That's not a thing in Florida, right? Like, you can't have a mudslide. How would you have that? That would require a hill. All the hills have been eliminated from existence by the hurricanes coming in continuously. That's not how geography works, but we're going with it. We're going with it. All of the hurricanes just wipe out the hills. That's why Florida is flat. It's because the hurricanes flatten everything. Oh, that's not regenerating that fast at all. All right, we're gonna be able to make some progress on this. And the progress will speed up as we get more into it, I guess. Maybe not. Not if we get. Ooh, that's concerning because we don't have any regen now.
That wasn't so bad.
How low are you? Not that low. Okay. You are at negative 16,000. I feel like maybe I should improve Severia's durability. Do we feel like maybe it might be useful to start pumping Severia's mitigation a bit? Considering she's getting hit for over 16,000 damage. Oh man, this is like the freaking. Oh god, where'd you go? Oh no, it ran away. This is gonna regen back to full. There's no shot that I'm gonna be able to get any hits on this to keep it. Oh god! How'd you get behind me? Oh, you know what? I might be wrong. This is regenerating so slowly now that I might be okay.
Tis but a scratch.
The more hits you get on these, the more slow their regen gets. So we should be able to whittle this down now. But we are in the green. Yeah, that's my understanding. I don't know a lot about the storm and its effects, other than to know that it's like it's bad, like it was real bad. So I don't know a ton about it, but like I did definitely hear like, oh yeah, you have mudslides that no one knew. It's basically like, because a mudslide's basically just an avalanche, right? Like, you're basically dealing with like, oh yeah, we've got all this soft material that's been accumulating for 1 billion years, right? Like, literally, it could have been accumulating for like 200 years, right? Like, when's the last time that a storm like this hit that area, right? And then you get to a certain amount of water density in the area, and all of the dirt on this entire hill / mountain / elevated surface, whatever it is, right? Probably like a mountain or a hill. The all of it on the entire thing just slides down into the valley. You just have the clay, right? This is my presumption because I know that it's like clay is like the what the ground thing is. So it's like all of the stuff that all the plants are living on, because the plants aren't living on the clay. They have like topsoil that they're doing. All the topsoil on the entire mountain slides down into the valley. That's my presumption as to what is happening. I'm getting some confirmation that that's basically accurate. And that sounds horrifying, right? Like, that sounds like a truly, like, it is kind of like a once in a lifetime disaster, because now all the topsoil is in the valley, so it can never happen again. But I mean, it can happen again. It just take a few hundred years to develop the topsoil. But it also completely fucks up the local environment completely, because it's like, well, now we don't have any topsoil on this entire hill / mountain / whatever, right? There's no topsoil on it, so nothing can grow there. Anyway, wild stuff. I haven't done any research into it, but I have some idea of like the scope of the problem potentially being like so like unimaginably massive. Where it's just like, oh, this is a problem that I don't think that my head can grasp the scope of. It's just so big.
I've never seen one before. What is it?
Yeah, there's certain kinds of things that I feel like the best option you have in terms of trying to comprehend them is to go, oh, there's all these different things that pair together to make externalities beyond what I'm thinking of that must be so massive. Like, I can think of a bunch of externalities, I can think of a bunch of things that are going to be consequences of that, but also those consequences are so big and so dramatic that it's like, well, there's got to be 1,000 things that I'm not thinking of, right? Like, and nobody can, right? Nobody can hold all of that data in their head at once, because it's just too much stuff. And I think it's useful to be like, yeah, that's really fucking big. Not as a means to like be like, oh, well, this is just incomprehensible, I just can't understand it, I guess that sucks. But to be like, oh, I understand a little bit, and the little bit that I understand teaches me that there's a lot that I don't understand. And it sucks. That's the real horseshoe theory. The real horseshoe theory is when it comes to like your approach to the intellectual approach to big things, like big problems, big solutions, big anything. When you're dealing with a big thing, you have on the one hand the anti-intellectual, like, well, that's too big. I can't fit that in my head. Take it away. And then you have like the middle ground of like, if we just calculate all the right variables, we can fully understand this thing. And then you get to a certain point of like comprehension and you go, this is incredibly big. I understand the pieces of it that I understand. And there's a million things that could in theory be understood about this thing that I cannot understand right now. because it's so big that I can't see that size of scope at the moment. Not that it's incomprehensible, it's that each piece is comprehensible, and I can't see all the pieces at once. I can't see the whole elephant. I would need to be able to do like a master's thesis on this to be able to see the whole elephant. So, yeah. And I think that's the correct approach, to be clear. I do think that that is the correct approach, is to approach things from a perspective of like, I'm not going to pretend that I fully understand this, but I'm going to make an active effort to internalize and comprehend what I can comprehend, and then just always be aware of like, oh, there's more to this than what I understand, right? That, I think, is useful. That is a useful way to approach things.
I don't know.
And bigger is always better. That's the American way. And I am, at my core, always going to be an American. Though I might not always have American citizenship. Singapore is weird. They require you, if you get Singapore citizenship, you have to renounce your old citizenship. They don't allow dual citizenship here. They do for children, but as an adult, you have to pick one. I don't remember what the cutoff point is where you have to pick one if you're a kid. So if you are a American and a Singapore citizen because of your parents, or for any other reason as a kid, you eventually reach a cutoff where they're like, okay, you need to pick which of these citizenships you're going to have now. Pick one. I have some comprehension of why they do it, but I think that Singapore's I would say the Singapore government acts overly emotional about the whole thing, in a way that is not in keeping with the general expectation of Singaporean culture. They invest a lot of money into education here, right? And they don't want to encourage people to get a really good education here and then just leave the country and just bring it to Canada or like America. Let's see.
I can't identify.
Yeah, one of the things that I have as an advantage when it comes to this kind of stuff is that I'm very good at being able to piece together very basic understanding of a thing without needing to see the whole thing. I can see a piece of a thing and think about what some of the consequences of that might be without needing to dive in a huge way, which makes it really easy for me to get a baseline understanding of things, because generally I'm learning about a thing because someone's talking to me about it, right? And the person who's talking to me about a thing typically knows something about that thing, right? So what that lends itself to is it's very easy for me to just be like, oh, so this thing that you've said, is this does this thing you've said imply this? And then I take one of the things that seems like an obvious conclusion to what they've said, which then makes it very easy to be like, no, you're on the wrong track. You're thinking about you're interpreting what I'm saying incorrectly, which allows me to quickly correct my, where I'm, coming from, or yes, you're on the right track. So I don't often need to do a ton of research to get a decent you know, broad span thing. I think I learned this from my dad, maybe. Who had a lot of random information about a lot of random topics. But I don't even know that that's true. I think I might have learned it from my dad because he was a liar. And so I was always asking questions to glean whether he was lying about a thing or telling the truth about a thing. It was very funny. Like, I remember at some point, like many years ago, I did a like Facebook post about like just like a nice like thing about my dad, talking about how like he taught me so much. He taught me so much by the fact that he was just like an unrepentant liar. He was constantly making shit up, and he would just talk out of his ass all the time. But he wouldn't really lie very much. He just didn't lie about important shit, right? The lies that he was telling were like they weren't about like important stuff for the most part. I can actually remember times that he actually lied about something that is not necessarily super important, but that he lied about something important. That is like, I can still remember those times because it was very rare. But I can't even begin to count the number of times that he lied about like random bullshit. He would just make shit up, and he was a bullshitter. And so I wrote this whole thing about like how useful that was for me, because trying to identify what was accurate and what was inaccurate in the things that he would tell me was something that I think is a very valuable skill as an adult. Because it's not even about like people lying to you, because it's about whether people actually know what they're talking about, right? Like whether someone is telling you something and they're telling the truth, whether they're lying, which is very uncommon. Well, not that uncommon. It depends on context, but people don't usually lie. Or whether they are just talking out of their ass. So I got so much use out of being like, yeah, okay. Every time I talk to my dad, everything that he tells me is subject to discerning, make an insight check every time this person is opening their mouth. Let's see. Have we had any resets? We haven't actually had to reset once. We're actually doing this very smoothly so far. We have protection from magic active, so we are not susceptible to a double stone or a double para that is just like an unfortunate thing happening. We just have to worry about Kamanaton going down. And there's been several pulls that are dangerous. Like, this is a dangerous pull. This pull could kill us, but it's not likely to. And we tend to be able to just split the pulls. Right, so now we've got just the iron and one brass. And those two are unlikely to kill us. Oh, never mind, this is just the two brass. So, I'm sorry, not brass, bronze. The two mid-tiers. I knew that they were the mid-tier, and bronze is obviously stronger than brass as material. Oof. Someone doesn't know their material science, okay. Oh, anyway, so I made that like cute message on Facebook, and then like one of my aunts like sent a message to my mom going like, "Is he okay? Did those two, did they have a fight? Like, what's happening? Or is their relationship like on the rocks now? Like what happened between those two?" And it's like, and meanwhile, like my mother saw the same post and was like, "Oh, that's so cute." Which is the way that it was intended to be read, right? Like, it was intended to be like, oh, this was a useful thing that my dad did, and it was fun, right? Like, there's a playfulness to bullshittery that obviously requires that the person involved not be behaving in an antisocial way, but like bullshittery can be a lot of fun as long as it's in a relatively safe environment. Yeah, it is useful. I think it's very useful to get to make a habit of trying to understand the basics of everything that you come across. Because I think that one thing that we struggle with is the idea that like everything is like super specialized information that's actually like infinitely complicated, and like you can't learn anything without like deep diving into this subject. Because most subjects actually have a lot of like underlying similarity. Like a lot of informational structures are pretty similar, where it's like, okay, well, this thing is, you know, it's about thinking about what the implications of a thing are, right? And if you understand like what the purpose of a thing is, and like very basic understanding of like how it works and what people are trying to get out of it, all that time you can really just go, oh yeah, okay, I think I have like a basic understanding, which is great, because if you can feel like you have like not a like specialist's knowledge, but just the knowledge of like, okay, I think I can empathize. It's like the difference between like empathizing with someone's feelings and thinking that you understand how they're feeling, right? Like when it comes to another person's feelings, you don't understand how they feel. Like you don't, because they feel in a way that's unique to their particular whole deal, right? Even if you've gone through something similar, it's you that's gone through something similar. It's not them in your head going through something. You don't remember them going through something similar in your brain. That's not how that works. So you can empathize with them and like try to like come to an understanding of their feelings, but you don't really like comprehend it on a deep level. You comprehend it on the surface level that you can. And similarly with other kinds of things, with like specialists, like if you have a conversation with a specialist and you ask a couple of questions that demonstrate that you are listening to what they're saying and comprehend the like kind of like it's like just like a tiny fraction of what it is that they're describing, it will make their day. I guarantee you. If you can like ask a smart question, ask one smart follow-up question of any sort of specialist, and it'll make their day. It really will. And if you ask a dumb follow-up question, then they'll give you a look like, what? No. But it won't really hurt their day, because they don't expect you to know what the hell they're talking about, really. They don't really expect you to understand, because you're not a specialist in that field. So, like, there's a lot of benefit to, you know, successfully figuring out what they're talking about, and not a huge amount of benefit, or not a huge amount of loss if you ask a question, it's like, you fundamentally misunderstood what I was saying. Right? And the advantage of that is that if you fundamentally misunderstood something about what they were saying, then that also leads, generally, to them re-explaining it in a way that you will hopefully understand. And, I don't know, I think that there's a lot of value in just being willing to ask questions, both in terms of like your own personal growth and understanding of the world, as well as in like it is just socially, right? Like it's socially valuable to be able to occasionally really impress someone with like, wait, like, where did that come from? How did you make that leap? And it's like, oh, well, because what you were saying implied that leap to me because it did. Right? Because it's like, you're not an expert, you don't really know. You're just kind of like trying to figure out like how things piece together. I don't know. Because of causality, that's why. I am following the basic principles of causality and have arrived at the conclusion that this is probably what you're talking about. Look, I don't actually think that your first principles of causality have anything to do with the particular random thing that I said about bronies, actually. I don't think that you were able to understand what I was saying about brony culture based off of first principles of causality. I don't believe you. It's like, well played, because I don't know why I got it either. I just said some bullshit. Yeah. Look, my dad's not the only bullshitter in the room. Well, he's not in the room. But, wait! Oh shit, we got a map! We've never had a map before. This is our first map. So, this is a level 120 map. It gives us a 5% craft items drop chance, 7% item quality percent, plus 3% monster density. Monsters have a 9.5% chance to cast Dragon Breath. They regenerate 1.9% HP per second. And spell recovery speed is increased by 16.32%.
We could sell it. I can use that.
I feel like a 10% chance to cast Dragon Breath would be too much. But luckily, it's not 10. It's only 9.5. So we're probably going to be fine. So I actually have a question about maps. Do maps count... How do maps work in terms of bolster? Do they, when you use a map, I assume you teleport to a dungeon or something? Does the map, like... Does it count as whatever continent you're on when you use the map? Is it attached to whichever dungeon the map is based off of? Or how does it work? Just in terms of the bolster stuff. No, what I mean is, when I'm in... So the experience that I get while I'm in the map, right? When I'm in the map, does that experience go to any continent? Does it go to the continent that I'm on? The continent that the map is associated with? Like, that kind of a thing. Because it impacts, like, the routing for the run. Right, so it's the map that I'm on when I use the map, is it? Or the continent I'm on when I use the map? Okay, so the continent that map is. So do we know... So this is the Temple of Sansa. Okay, so I didn't read I didn't read the top of it. I didn't read that it says Temple of Sansa. So we'll increase Might and Magic 6. So I think what we're going to do with these is we're going to try to do these as soon as they are the... Oh, wait, because the map doesn't actually bolster... The enemies in the map are the level that they are, right? They don't bolster. Is that correct? 120 is not very high. Like, for me right now, that's a fairly low level map. I'm currently, like, level something. Oh, well, you know, that could have gone better. Okay, so what we're going to do instead, then, I was thinking that we would wait until Might and Magic 6 was the next place that we're going. Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to finish the current thing that we're on. We're going to finish clearing this map, and then immediately jump into the Temple of Sansa map. That's I think how I want to handle it. Is we're basically going to treat the maps as basically like an immediate bonus that needs to be resolved before we can continue with our pathing. So they're going to be associated with the map that we're currently on. So that'll add a degree of chaos to it as well, where it's like we won't know like when we're going to randomly get even more experience. So like that map is going to boost the amount of experience that we have in Might and Magic 6. Oh no. That's rough. That's really rough. Yeah, the lava does so much damage too. Whew. It's like, oh, well, just, turn to the left and just, get on the wall. And it's like, I mean, yeah, but I'm gonna take, my entire HP bar and damage by the time I get to the wall. Does the lava do damage based off of level at all, or is it just like a percentage of your HP? That's so cool we got our first map. I need to make sure that I clear this place before... How is it so late? How have we been live for 3 hours? I do have some perception. I don't have a ton. Oh, you're in reference to the lava? Interesting. I didn't realize that the, I thought that lava did, like... I thought the lava did, like, basically just the same type, the same way that water worked. It was just higher value. Oof.
I need healing.
But I guess it also depends. Because, like, I think the lava in Garrick's Forge kills you instantly in some point. No, not Garrick's Forge. In, specifically not in Garrick's Forge. In, like, the hole that you fall into in the one of the Ba temples, in the Hermit's Isle Ba temple.
I've never seen one before.
This is not a great hole. I'm gonna try pulling this a little bit further. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Is that I think that some of the fire stuff is instant death. I don't remember where the lava is in the it's the pit, not the. I was thinking the breeding pit or whatever it's called, the breeding hole, the spawning pit, whatever it is, the place with the fire elementals and the thingers. So I was like, I don't remember there being lava in that dungeon. So maybe it's like lava that you're not supposed to stand in at all. I was like, no, it's the pit. It's full of lava. I'm such a dope. Look, like I know the names of any zone in any game. I've heard of things. I definitely call things by the right names all the time. This is a thing that has ever happened. Don't mind me. Oh my god. That is amazing. That is amazing. I love that. It sounds a little rough, but I love it. Yeah, I'm looking forward to tinkering with more of these maps. On the plus side, more of the enemies should be above level 100 now, so... I don't think there's going to be a ton of enemies that are too low to drop maps from here on out. So, hopefully we get, at least a few maps during this run. Let's toast. Got a brass here. Six bosses with 50% more HP. Oh, that would be interesting. Like, finding a map of Darkmoor would be like an entire like stream. That could be like a week of streams just dealing with the consequences of finding one map. I'm not going to necessarily be able to clear every map that I find, by the way. I'm going to make an attempt to clear every map as I get them, but there's absolutely no guarantee that every map I find is going to be clearable when I first find it. This first one that we found, I think, is going to be very reasonable. Like, the enemies in Temple of Sansa aren't that crazy. Like, as enemy types. Unless the enemy types are randomized? If the enemy types are randomized, I guess we'll find out. Don't tell me, by the way. Don't tell me if it rolls random creatures. We're going to Temple of Sansa and we'll find out then, right? Don't tell me. But the Temple of Sansa creatures are not that intense by default. And like even if they're level 120, I'm not. That's going to be higher level than they are by default, but it's not going to be that crazy. I don't think. Oops, I went too far. And as dungeons go, it's a really interesting one. I think that's a cool dungeon to find for the first map because it's a kind of like a mid-size Might and Magic 6 dungeon. Like it's fairly large, but it's like it feels bigger than it actually is, kind of place. And it's got some, it's got some interesting corners. The other thing is that usually I don't actually have to do like too much with it, in the sense that like usually by the time I've gone there, it's like not like those enemies are fairly low level by the time I've gotten there, so I don't usually have to be that concerned. So having their level jump to 120 when like I think the enemies like that would be like under level 100 right now. So I'm very curious to see more. To see more butts. Oh no! A reduction in movement speed? Oh no, in a map where you start in lava. Yeah, look, there's a reason I am very hard pressed to ever play Might and Magic 8 and later with no vampire. Levitate is such a game changer. Not all the time, not most of the time, not often, but in those couple of places, it is a pretty fucking big deal. That is a swapper. Ooh, concerning. Don't swap me, please, actually. I would love for you to not do that. Alright, we need to basically get enough distance that we can start splitting them. We've got two still approaching. One's bronze, the other's also a bronze, I think. Nope, I'm wrong. That's brass. Alright. So we have two of the weaker ones in the pack. We can clear these, and we have another one approaching. The other one is not the boss, it's another bronze.
That hurt.
Yeah. Oh, is that the swapper? That is the swapper. Okay. So, we can't fully beat a boss to death without needing to disengage periodically. So the fact that this is a swapper is going to be relevant to our interests here. We're going to try to fly away and just get ourselves back up a bit. Just keep moving it away from the others as well, because we're going to have to periodically be wandering around. Let's get a save in. I don't know if I saved when I cleared out the other ones. Get the save in, pop back over, start pounding on it. We could try to get this to a good location, and that probably is a good idea if we don't want to die horribly. Oh, the other thing we could do... Ooh, do we want to do something really shady? Do we want to do something super shady? We're going to do something super shady. Okay, it's now on that island. That island has a building on it. Can I Can I lock you in a position where you cannot hit me? And then just beat on you from the top of this building? Are you attacking me? It's dirty. It's dirty. It's dirty. It's filthy behavior. Oh. Let's go. Let's go. You know, sometimes in life, am I a metal cow? Am I a metal cow? Give me a second. I need to check something. I think I'm a cow. Zodiac. Wood. No, I'm a wood cow. Never mind. Okay. I'm a wood cow. I was like, wait a minute. Am I beating up myself when I'm fighting all these metal cows? No. I'm not cool enough to be that. I'm the wood cow. Apparently the Chinese zodiac has both elements and animal associations. Which I found out. I only found out about the elemental aspect of it when I got here. Mostly because my wife makes fun of me. Because she's a dragon. And I'm a wood cow. And it's just funny. Life is good. It's actually really funny because it's apparently like when there's a dragon year coming, like the Singapore government has to like prepare for it because like the birth rate skyrockets for the dragon year, and so like you have like when my wife's generation was going through, they were literally building schools ahead of them coming through, right? Like they're building schools for them. So like while they're in like grade school, they're building the high schools and stuff like that because it's very popular because people want to have dragon kids. Apparently, everybody loves dragons. Yeah, I feel like I maybe shouldn't be giving the birth years of necessarily my family members because that actually does make doxing easier. So I won't tell you what all my siblings are. However, most of my friend group is dragons. because oh Jesus, there's two fucking irons right here. What am I doing? What are you doing? My guy, just chill out a little bit. Just, don't try to, we were asked, did you have to reset it all? And, I'd like to keep that answer a no, like let's keep it clean. Wow, let's miss all of our attacks as we're diving. Okay, there we go. So we can just set up on this one. There we go. Oh no! The music stopped. I'm gonna save this. I'm gonna reload. I only have it set to do it 30 times because so apparently the problem is that the thing can't handle like infinite for the MP3s or something. So the MP3s don't infinitely replay. So you need to like convert them over to WAV files, which is definitely a thing I remember how to do from when I was a teenager, which would be the last time that I was converting. That wouldn't have been the last time. The last time I was converting a file type would have been at some point during my streaming career. There's no shot that I haven't converted at the very least, video file. I don't know if I converted any MP3s. But the process is the same.
I've never seen one before.
I can't just rename the file, right? If it tries to read a WAV file and it's actually an MP3 that I just renamed .wav, it's not going to work, will it? Is that going to break? Is that going to break things? Oh, man. Da-da-da-da. Oh, shit. Okay. Okay. We might be able to make this work then. I mean, how many of them can there possibly be, right? I mean, worst case scenario, we just name them back, right? You rename them once, and then it just remembers it from then on. Yeah, it's very bizarre. It's apparently like associated with like computer hardware in some way, shape, or form. Maybe it could be software as well, but the like some people just don't have an issue with it, and some people do.
I can't identify that.
Well, we will... Oh, shit.
Help me!
That's concerning. We only have one that's adjacent to us. This is gonna be fine, right? You're almost dead. This is fine. What's gonna happen?
Can't
This
identify.
is all great. This is all great. We didn't need them anyway. They're not important.
I'm badly.
Come on, it's not important. Zero is not important.
Tis but a scratch.
We don't have any important party members, it turns out. There we go. Nailed it. Okay. I'm tempted to pump the ever-loving crap out of Komanaton's Ascension, just for funsies. Because we could get it so high with the Scholar's Cap equipped. And it might be fun to just see if we can get, like, super crazy heals out. Because we're going to have the body skill for it. We won't have, like, mastery. We'll just have expertise, but... If I have 60 Ascension, do I need... Do I need mastery? Nope, that's an iron. You know, maybe I should have checked what that was when I was thinking about my odds there, huh? Nice. The iron is coming with us, which means that we can clear it out along with its friend. We will be getting the other one coming as well, but hopefully we can clear this out before we have to...
I need
There we go.
healing.
Alright. All good.
That wasn't so.
Okay. Nailed it. Oh, forgot about you. Alright, we're getting pretty close, and we still have an hour left, so I don't know if we'll be able to clear the Temple of Sansa before we finish, but hopefully we can get close. Probably shouldn't have done that with Sortira, but it's probably fine. Alright, we are getting there. Depending on how many of those are iron, we might be pretty much done, or we might have a few more pulls left. We'll just have to see.
And someone I've never seen one.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how this bonus EXP is going to impact us. The map chain
Easy.
is going to be fun. Is going to be fun. That is just brands for fun. We're getting there.
Heal me.
Are any of you... Ugh. We have 1 iron, 2 bronze, which is not a super great combination for us if we're being honest. Oh, there's more over there. Let's hopefully get away from them before they aggro. I don't have the terrain blocking right now. I'm going to try tagging this. I don't think I'm going to get it down before they arrive, and I will not. But we got a pretty decent amount of damage in. And if we can split them up a bit, we can potentially just make our lives a bit easier than they otherwise would be. So, like, as long as it's in the background not hitting me, it's not going to be doing too much damage. Okay, how are we feeling?
I've never seen one before.
Are we feeling frisky? We're feeling frisky. Let's go for it.
I've never seen one.
Okay. I don't know why I use the word frisky that way. It's not really a terribly normal way to use the word frisky, I don't think. Can I just blame being old? Can I blame being old? Am I old enough to say, oh yeah, no, we know, back in my day, the weird sexual connotations to that didn't exist yet. Can I blame that? Sure I can. I can blame being old. Why not? It's a time-honored tradition. It's a time-honored tradition. It was a different time. Okay. Whoop. Let's see. Whoop. So there's actually more enemies over here than I thought there were. There is an iron in this pack, so we have another one. It's funny how many of these like triples we get where it's like 1 iron and 2 bronze exactly. It's happened like several times.
Heal me.
Which admittedly makes sense considering we've pulled 3 enemies about 17,000 times. Like, if we get 4 enemies, we continue splitting them, so 3 is the cutoff point where we stop splitting them, and there's only 3 different types, so a combination of 2 of one and one of the other types is actually probably one of the most normal things in terms of probability. Okay, this is great. We actually split these 2 away from each other, so I can probably just dive this. Can't deal too much damage. But yeah, I'm hoping that by the end game we start like making the like proper build stuff that I'm looking for happen. In the previous game, I didn't really make much in the way of like the staple items that I really wanted to have. Like, as an example, Where's that ring? This ring here, I think is going to end up being a staple. I think I might replace the speed with HB on that. If I do that, I need to do it fairly soon.
We don't need this. Let's leave it behind. This is nice. I can't carry it.
Who needs it? It won't fit. We could sell it. Now this will do.
Okay.
Let's leave it behind.
There's no
How great would it have been if that was another legendary spear? Okay. Is this just elf bait or
Let's
something?
leave it behind.
This is just a rock sword.
Let's leave it behind. This is nice.
Okay.
We don't need this. Let's leave it behind. We don't need this. We don't need this.
Alright. All set. Now, how many Gorgons are left? I'm guessing 2. There's no more Gorgons left. You know what? No, there's no more Gorgons left on the entire map. We're all set. None. 0. These aren't Gorgons. These are ogres. These are ogres. That's what I'm going with. Alright, this is...
I'm bad.
That is concerning. But we got the iron, so we're probably fine. We don't need to pull out. We don't need to pull out! Everything's fine! We don't need to pull out. Everything's fine. This is fine. Everything's chill. I was panicking, you were panicking. Why were you panicking? Don't panic. It's all good. We got this. Alright, so we've got a shit ton of Gorgons here. And we do have
It is but a scratch.
an hour left after this, which is good. There we go. What's that? We're actually running low on SP on Ulrun, which is a little surprising. Unless something SP drained me, maybe? Maybe one of those enemies was SP drained. Because I feel like Ulrun was sitting at a little bit higher than that for, like, pretty much permanently. Okay, I don't know if that's an iron. It may... It's not. We're fine. Alright.
Got it.
So this pack has been pretty weak so far. There's was like, what, 1 iron in the 6th that we killed or whatever. We'll see how many irons are in this pack. If there's at least...
I've never seen
There's
one
gotta be
before.
some, right? Oh, 3 brass? 4? Is that 4 brass? Wow. So this is where all the brass Gorgons were. Ignoring all the brass Gorgons that we already killed.
I need healing.
Let's see. They're level 111. Oh,
I don't know.
you were stunned, not dead. Save the game.
I don't.
Okay, we have another Thorn Gorgon. So... Where are the others? Okay. So there is a brass. I'm gonna burn down the brass, I think. Nope, I'm gonna try to burn down the brass and fail miserably. Okay, I think we need to pull out. Because we can't, like... let them beat on us forever, you know? Oh, they are moving so fast. Okay, there we go. Usually when they start disengaging, not all of them will at the same time. So you can, like, split them away from each other with that, but... they're engaging in solidarity behavior that I do not appreciate.
Got it.
No Gorgon solidarity allowed. Divide and conquer, etc., etc. Alright, hello, friend. I'd like to get a barricade between me and you so that when you do decide to use a projectile, it doesn't hit me. Okay, I think I'm gonna pull out the next time somebody gets hit. Yeah, there we go. So we're just gonna pull out here. If we can. Alright, so we're just waiting out the thing. It turns out there's some food. There's some gold over here.
We could sell it.
Identify item ring. Exciting, exciting. You're up. Heal everybody. Now everybody's doing fine. Alright, we probably can clear this out on the next round, would be my guess. How are we doing? We've got about half of the map cleared. I do think these are stronger than the wyverns, but I'm not positive on that. We can also remove protection from magic for the wyverns. Though I might want to keep it on just for the poison effect that the lower tier ones use. And that will allow me to have both Bless and Fate on. And I obviously have Fate right now, but it's like a low tier Fate. I'm not a Fateless coward, but I'm not a faithful coward either, you know? We're somewhere in between these two things. Okay, so that one's toast. Got an amulet. And once we have finished clearing out the rest of the metal cows, we will be all good. Boop.
Among Us.
Among Us. Okay, so we get some skill points. That's convenient. Save the game. And we are done with the southern section here completely. And since we're done with the southern section, I am going to loot. I'm going to check my loot.
Very
We'll check
weird.
everything except the two-handed axe. And then we'll check the two-handed axe.
We don't need this. This is nice.
That's actually not bad. I do prefer double hit points to endurance and hit points overall.
We could sell it.
Hammer, thinger. This is another immunity, right? Oh, it's not. I can just equip this for now. We might have something better than that. I think we probably do, but not gonna worry about it right now. Okay.
Junk.
Okay, we have a lot in this inventory. Okay. I think we're ready to identify
However,
this.
this is.
And it's garbage. And it's garbage. But imagine if it was a legendary, though. It could have been. Okay, it looks like... I was thinking there might be thingers here, and it doesn't look like there are. Oh, hello. Oops, I just... I knocked myself off the thing. Let's pop up onto the roof. Oh, can we just fight you from up here? Okay, well, you know... If we do... We're going to be subject to a lot more attacks than I think. Oh, we can hit them from here. I would imagine that only the ones that are over there can hit me from here. They are hitting pretty hard. Like, that's a tier 2 tagging us right there. Okay, we've got another one locked in. Okay, we might be able to just make this work. We might not be able to, but we might be able to. Could you please... We might be, like, too high up to get it consistently from that angle. We might need to basically, like, be closer to the edge and approaching by walking straight forward and looking straight down. Let's check it out. Okay. How do we feel about our odds of being able to just stand inside the building so that we can stop getting hit by those things over there inside the fence? Because the things in the fence are dealing considerable amount of damage to me. I'm a little concerned about Kamanaton getting just like 2-shot or something. I mean, Kamanaton's really low now.
We got it!
Alright, well, this is going reasonably smoothly. I think I'm gonna dive down. Okay. So, we're now gonna look at you. So there's a bunch just chilling down there. Are they gonna unlock when I do this? Let's find out what happens with this one. Oh wow, this fortress is not healthy for the enemies in it. Once you get on the walls, it's over. Very defensible position, it turns out. Not necessarily for the reason that you'd expect, but... Okay. This is brief fine. Alright, so we're gonna clear out the Ogre Fort. No problem making that happen, I think. I think we're just down to these now.
We got it!
Can I take out a war leader? How high level are you?
Is it?
You're only 122, so these are the same level as me. I think they hit pretty hard though. I was taking a pretty sizable chunk of HP with Kamanaton. So I'm not gonna grab the ears, I don't think. I'm gonna leave those. We're in the green here, so I'm gonna go ahead and save. Do we want to loot these now? Yeah, I'll loot these now. I was thinking maybe I should clear out the rest of the enemies first. Oh, this is a Death and Eradication ring. That's a big deal.
We don't need this.
Recharge
I can
item.
use this. Let's leave
We
it
don't
behind.
need this. Oh, actually,
Let's
never
leave it
mind. I
behind.
can use this.
Let's leave it behind. Let's leave it behind.
Yeah,
Sorry,
keep saying that.
it's worthless.
I'm getting mixed signals from
Worthless.
you.
Now this will do. We could
Okay.
sell it.
Ooh, this is nice.
Okay. Save the game. Let's see if we can find some more legendaries. We might. There's a pretty decent amount of loot to be had around here,
Let's leave
even
it
just in
behind.
this exterior area before we go
So we
in
could sell it.
deeper.
There's no room.
I can't
There's
fit
no
anymore.
room.
My pack's full.
It won't fit.
Excuse me.
It's
Excuse
worthless. It's worthless.
moi.
It's worthless. We could sell it.
Okay. Ooh, we have a horseshoe there.
We don't need this. This is nice.
Magic
Ooh,
luck. That's actually a pretty
Let's leave it
high
behind.
stat,
we don't
thing.
need this.
though it does have light magic instead of having like a all stats or doom effect. So there is that. Oh how did you get up here?
We got it.
Excuse you. Rude. You're not supposed to be able to fly, that's my job. Okay, we have already rolled for stats before the stream started. It was 4, so we're getting all these. So much food! Holy shit. I guess I should have filled up my packs before I came here so that I could get... Let's see if I can remember where the thing was. So do we have wyverns now? Or is this just ogres? There's something behind me.
They're right behind me, aren't they?
Alright. So we can fight in this spot until... Whoa, that is a concern. We're hitting a swapper. It might eventually be able to hit me. I'm not going to move because I like to live dangerously. I like to live dangerously when I have a recent save and also a very clear path of exit if bad things happen. I like to pretend that I'm living dangerously when I'm living very, very safely, actually. Yeah, you gonna hit me? Is that what you're gonna do? No, you're just gonna get stuck in the corner again? Okay, well, you have fun with that. Okay. Look, it's bad when the enemy takes the keep. When the enemy takes the keep, things go bad. Once they've got the actually not the keep. We don't have control of the keep. Once the enemy has control of the walls, things are in a very bad state. It's a very bad situation to be in. To be dealing with attacks from your own walls. Yeah, that Death and Eradication Immunity ring I should probably put on someone. I think I had a really good belt that I could replace one of the Death and Eradication belts with. I don't remember what was on it. Was it like all stats and personality and something that was actually useful? I think it was something like that. Okay, let's see. Does he remember? Is he gonna do it? Does he remember? He remembers it somewhere around here.
Ooh. Let's leave it behind. Ooh.
Hell's Cleaver.
This is nice. Let's leave it behind. We don't need this. Ooh.
Okay, more chain.
My pet.
There's no room.
There's no room left. Who needs it? It won't. It's worthless.
My pet.
There's no room.
I do sometimes like thinking about a thing and then leaving it up in the air as to whether I'm going to remember to do it. Particularly because of the fact that, like, just not say anything, don't acknowledge the secret thing that I have just remembered. I do occasionally like doing that, in part just because it's fun, and it's also funny because occasionally I will think about it and go, okay, yes, I won't acknowledge this and I'll go do it later, and then I forget. You know, sometimes I'm like, yeah, okay, this will be great. Everyone's gonna be wondering, do I remember? Do I know where that is? I could have been more subtle in my approach of the crates, but I didn't remember exactly where it was. And there's only so subtle you can be while spamming spacebar in a wide area. Because I remember having difficulty, like, clicking on the crate manually, I think it was. I had some issue the last time where I was struggling to actually click the object. But next time, I might even remember the exact barrel it is, or exact crate it is. I've already forgotten that it's a crate and not a barrel. This does not bode well for my probability of remembering the exact crate next time, but we'll see. I have a very strong sense of direction. Very strong, very strong. Ba-da-ba-bum. I can home in on it. So what level are you? Horned wyverns are only 14. Ancient wyverns are 123. So yeah, I think they are a little weaker than the dragons. You know, this is concerning. This is... Oh. Can't cast jump. We cannot heal the party. Oh. Let's go. Believe in you. Let's go. That's unfortunate. Let's kill this one first. There we go. That's what we like to see right up until like Commodity just gets tagged and instantly dies. One of these days it's gonna happen. I keep dropping Commodity real low with these. I've been getting real lucky with this. I mean, I have the advantage that there is the Mana Shield in play, and Mana Shield doesn't start until you get below 50%. So if Commoniton's doing okay, and then I suddenly drop Commoniton really low, Commoniton probably has enough mana to massively mitigate the next incoming attack. So Mana Shield is probably going to have a lot of impact for a while now. I think we're done with those. And we just have Wyverns to deal with now. Wyvern. So this is a level 141. It's an exploding ancient Wyvern. Let's see. I don't think the flying enemies get projectiles, right? I think it's just melee ground-dwelling enemies that get projectiles. I could be wrong. These didn't attack me with any projectiles, but that doesn't mean that they don't have the ability to, in theory. We actually have a pretty sizable pack here. I think I'm gonna just walk back. Try to split it a bit. I'm not going to try really hard to split it, but we're going to try a little bit. I'm also curious if I go around this corner, how big of a difference that makes. Wait, are you a goose? I feel like we had this conversation the last time. I feel like the last time I mentioned the fact that these are clearly geese. It's honking like a goose. I mean, that checks out.
I need healing.
I mean, wyverns and geese are basically the same thing, right? They're flying monstrosities that are super toxic. Right? I'm pretty sure in D&D, geese are not animals. They are considered monstrosities. God, I love the, There's a Dimension 20 campaign where one of the players uses conjure animals and summons geese. And they decided that the most appropriate stats to give them were the stats for velociraptors, which is actually really appropriate. That I feel like that's a very appropriate stat block for them. It was very, very funny. I feel like everyone who lives in certain regions of the world has geese trauma that they just have to work through, right? And everybody works through their trauma with geese in different ways. Everybody has their own, like, goose recovery story. It's unique to each individual person, and we each have our own path that we need to tread to recover what the geese have done to us. I lived in Minnesota for a while. There were a lot of geese. Let's see. You don't fuck with the geese. Are all geese as big as Canadian geese? Like, is there a type of goose that's like, oh no, this isn't actually, you know, big enough to be extremely threatening to your 10-year-old. It's like, oh, okay, this is threatening to a 2-year-old, but your 10-year-old's fine. It's like, geese. The videos of geese just like scaring off like bulls is very funny. Where like a goose will just like charge a bull, and the bull's like, "Oh shit," and runs away. It's amazing. It is absolutely amazing. It's such an aggressive animal. I can imagine it. It'd be, it'd be hard dungeon. I mean, it might not actually be that hard. Like, honestly, geese are... The scariest part about geese is how aggressive they are. They're not really that physically intimidating. They just, like... Their fundamental strategy of engagement is... Fight or flight? What is this flight thing you speak of? I've never heard of such a thing. You fight. Always. Because they're kind of big enough that almost anything is going to run away if it charges you, because it's like you're too big for me to be, like, feeling like I can just deal with you. And they have a really long neck, so they actually are, like, decent at getting jabs in while not being able to be hit easily in return. So like geese are decent combatants. The issue that they have is they can't like they can't do very much damage. Like they're not like it's not like they have like the kind of thing you'd expect from like a crane or something. Like a crane, like they can just straight up kill you, right? Like there's some like I think there was some zoologist who got killed by a crane. They're either a zoologist or like or an ornithologist or something. I don't remember, but they got too close to a crane and it just like stabbed them in the head with its just dead straight through the skull. I think it was a crane. Might have been a heron or something, but I think it was a crane. Birds are dangerous. They're very delicate, but they're very dangerous. They are the glass cannons of the animal world. Saved from eradication. Let's go. Wait, do you have death and eradication? What's that? We need to have a conversation, Ancient Wyvern. Give me a second to kill your friend. Do they just... Yeah, this has death, so... I think that one had death and eradication, because I think death is the one that it comes with by naturally. That's rude. That's very rude, in fact. Very rude. Okay, we've got a goss. We've got a goss over here. It's a boss goose.
Hey, right over here, Goss.
We should be able to clear this out. I'm so glad that we have immunity to everybody. You know, it's interesting. I don't think I've actually seen the Rambo movies. I don't know that I've seen any of them. Which is surprising, because, like, I saw a lot of those kinds of, like... I saw a lot of action movies when I was young, right? Like, my parents watched that genre of movie.
Yes.
But maybe they didn't watch that genre of movie. Maybe they didn't watch Rambo with us because Rambo was categorically a different style of film than like Terminator or something like that. Because like was the original Rambo like actually about PTSD or something?
I don't know.
Like was it? Is it that series where it was like the first movie in the series had like a fairly serious artistic message that it wanted to talk about, and then the rest of it was just like explosions go big. Was that Rambo? There's probably quite a lot of movies, but yeah. So the first movie might have been a bit too it might have been like the themes might have been a bit too dark and serious for the kind of stuff that
Ow! Heal me!
we were watching as kids. I don't really know. They also might just not have liked the actor, or it might have just been too. Wait, that might have actually just been too early. When did Rambo come out? Rambo might have been like the 70s or something. I don't know. Now that I think about it, it might have just been not like recent enough. Because I don't know when Terminator came out. But, like, was it early or like, late 80s? Because that actually makes a difference in this timeline, because I was born in the mid-80s. So, like, if something came out in 88, it's very different than if something came out in 83. You know? Like... Yeah. I can check in a second. We got, if I still remember, which it's not super important. Because I could also ask my parents, because I am curious about that. I am curious about that, because I saw, like every movie that Arnold Schwarzenegger was in for, like, 2 decades, right? Like, I don't think we missed any Schwarzenegger movies. It might have been the tone thing, and I'm curious. Because I've like... That sounds like the kind of thing that would be kind of a fun conversation to have with your parent, is like, hey, you know, I watched all these like crazy action movies, but I don't think we ever saw Rambo. Was there a reason for that specifically? Like, do you remember like whether you made an active decision of no, or did you just see the movie in, you know, 3 years before it would have been appropriate, and then didn't feel the need to rewatch it a billion times? Like, what's the deal there?
Ow. Got it. Easy.
Let's see. Yeah, Rambo might be much more ultra-violent than a Schwarzenegger movie tends to be. I just don't know because I haven't seen it. I don't think that I don't think either of my parents liked gore. So, like, if there was, like, a horror movie, there would be, like, it wouldn't be, like... It wouldn't be a... Well, not that we were really watching a lot of horror. My family, everybody's a scaredy cat. None of them watch horror, really. But if we were gonna watch a horror movie, I feel like, yeah, I think it might. I think it might just be that. It might be like the specific way the violence is presented, as to whether it's like more cartoony or more gruesome, right? And like I feel like a Schwarzenegger movie, the violence is definitely like cartoony, right? I don't know if I saw. I think I saw RoboCop. I think I saw RoboCop as a little kid, but I'm not sure. Like I definitely heard a lot about it. I don't even know. Well, actually, I might not have seen it as a little kid. I might have seen that on like the Sci-Fi Channel as like a teenager, because they were like because they like got the rights to play that at some point. But I'm pretty sure that I've seen it. But it wouldn't have been when I was in my late teens. Like I don't think I was super mentally developed when I saw it. But I don't think I saw it when I was a little kid, actually.
We got it.
Still standing. Oh, yes.
That's interesting. I don't know. Like, we saw Demolition Man. Which is at least thematically pretty dark. No, not Demolition Man. Sorry, I'm thinking of Running Man. I don't know if I saw Demolition Man or not. I don't think I did. I have no idea what Demolition Man is, actually. It's the name of a movie that people kept asking me about that I maybe thought I had seen at some point, but I don't even know what movie it is. Actually. It's like, it just like got cross-wired in my head at some point with The Running Man. God, I think that it's so funny that there's so many, like, you know, fictional horror game shows where it's like the entire purpose of the game show is this is a horrifying premise and like, you know, an indictment on our culture that people would do something like this, and then they just fucking do it, right? Like, you know, like Running Man is an actual Korean TV show. It is, I don't think, super related. Well, it's related in the sense that it's directly derivative of the original book, right? It is directly inspired by it, including, like, the idea of, like, the chasers and the this or that or the other thing, right? Like, the fundamental concepts are there. But it's not, like, prisoners looking to get leniency from the state. Right? It's like a silly, you know, travel show or something. I don't know. I don't know the details of it. I vaguely recall. I think that like people travel around and do challenges or something. Is like the basic idea. But then like, and now people are making a fucking reality TV show out of the Squid Game. They're making an actual like Squid Game reality TV show, and it's like, ooh, you know, where's the Torment Nexus quote from? Is that just like a random tweet that someone made at some point, or was that like a comic that somebody made? But it's like, you know, oh yes, sci-fi author writes book. Don't make the Torment Nexus. It's bad, actually. Don't do it. You know. And then someone makes the Torment Nexus from the famous book, The Torment Nexus. It's like, oh, lovely.
Can someone heal me?
Okay. All set.
We don't need this.
I think that conceptually, like most of that is fine. I do think that it's weird like conceptually, like from an artistic standpoint, it's kind of like spitting in the face of the original creator of the media, right? Because it's like, oh yes, let's take the like artistic expression that you have made and then like just pretend that the meaning of it doesn't matter. And so, like, I think that it's kind of a shitty thing to do from that perspective. But generally speaking, it's not like, you know, oh, this is like the end of society. It's like, because like the Squid Game TV show is not going to be like the Squid Game itself, right? Like, it's not like the actual. It's not like the original, right? But it's disrespectful artistically, in my opinion. But the other thing about that, though, that like, so like on the one hand, it's like, okay, it's artistically disrespectful, but like it's not really that big a deal. But the other thing is that, like, man, like, it's not that hard to come up with an idea for a game show, right? Like, so like, since it's not that hard to come up with an idea for a game show, why do you need to steal the aesthetic from a horror show about how you shouldn't make this show? You know what I mean? Like, there's so many game shows you could make. You don't have to make the one... Like, why did that inspire you to make this? Who's watching Squid Game and going, this is an excellent idea, let's do this? Like, obviously we get rid of the guns. We don't need the guns. We don't need the guns, but we could have adults playing hide and seek. And it's like, yeah, you could do that. You could do that. People already do. There's already game shows like that, right? Like, we already have those. You don't need to, like, thematically tie it to the Torment Nexus. It's weird. I just find it unusual. Unusual. Okay, we are going to clear out the rest of these wyverns. We're unfortunately not going to be able to start up that map today. We only have 15 minutes left. But we'll be able to clear out this area, and honk. I'm glad that we started with the Gorgons, because the wyverns are not nearly as big of a problem, I don't think. So it's kind of nice to like relax as we're getting toward the end of this stream, to just be able to be like chilling, talking about Running Man. We're doing pretty good. We're finishing the exterior of Ravage Roaming. We have finally gotten the promotion done for the night, so we have most people's promotions done, or the Death Knight, rather. We have most people's promotions done. So the only exception to that is Severia, but unfortunately we don't have the skills necessary on Komaniton to really feel like we've got Komaniton promoted. Like, we're not taking anywhere near full advantage of the fact that Komaniton's promoted at this point. But yeah, things are going pretty smoothly. We got a map, finally. So we're gonna be using that. Are we done? Are we done? Can we finish up? Hoo hoo hoo. So we can just beat the inventory boss. We'll have time for that today. Very nice. Okay, we're just going to rotate around, just make sure that we're checking all of our stuff. What are you? You
We could sell it.
are not a legendary, but it would be cool if you were. Would have been cool. And the other nice thing is that now we've cleared the quest that's necessary to get the promotion done. Once we finish the this place, once we clear that place out, we can immediately start doing a bunch of quests with that, I think. So I'm wondering... We have the axe. So yes, the next place that we're going to do here is this. Because we'll get at least 2 quests done off of that. And so I think that's going to be the optimal place to go from an experience perspective. We're gonna get the most XP out of doing that, I think. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Doing this what to do. Alright. We're eligible for 135. And we have actually just barely passed 7. So when we clear out... I think we're not going to get that much experience from clearing out the mercenary attack. I think that that's going to be a very, very tiny amount of experience. So I don't think that that's going to be a big deal. Like, that's not going to be a major component of our... I don't know if that's going to get us enough just to catch up. So we'll probably still need to do some more of the barrows. Which means that we're delaying Deja even further. We're going to take so long to get to Deja. I actually was thinking that I would be getting to Deja earlier than I'm going to be. Actually, I did not... I need to set a beacon down. Let's set a beacon in the middle of the air, shall we? That seems like a great plan. Bracada Desert. We need the one in Bracada because we're going to be able to... This is Dragon Cave in... I just figured out where this... this is the one in 8. This gets me to... there. Freehaven Sewer... I guess we don't need the Freehaven Sewer. We don't really need the Freehaven Sewer. The Freehaven Sewer gets us to Might and Magic 6 a little faster, but isn't going to be getting us too far. That is ever the problem, is the finite ability to do things in a simultaneous fashion. You know, there's only so many games you can play all at the same time. Especially when some of them are, like, really long like this. It's like, okay, well, if this was an 8-hour game, I could just do one stream and get it done. It's like, nope, we're not going to be here for 8 hours. We're going to be here for a bit longer than that. We're just going to take a bit more than 8 hours to finish this up. This will be a bit. Let's see. I think I'm going to pop here so that we can get this set up. And then we're just going to start selling stuff. I think that's a good idea. Sell this, crown. I'm going to hold on to this. No, I don't need to, because we actually have a legendary for you now. So everybody's sitting on a legendary. I'm going to hold on to that. Don't think I need to hold on to this. So done. I think I need that helmet. Let's see. UFO 50. Oh, I don't even know what UFO 50 is. UFO 50 is like a collection of just that was another vampiric bow, by the way. It's a collection of indie games. Or retro games. I know words. I know words. Let's see. Let's go through you. So it's 50 games that aren't like, they're not like old games, they're new games that are stylized in the retro style. Interesting.
Let's leave it behind. We don't need this.
I'll take a look at that at some point. Very cool.
Let's leave it behind.
That might be fun to do for some sort of a special stream at some point. I don't know what kind of special streams I would be doing though. Is the issue.
I can't fit anymore.
Let's see.
Our axes are the best.
Let's see.
Our axes are the best.
Yeah, that would be fun. I'll take a look at it. Punch-Out style battles? Oh, that would be funny. I think I've played Punch-Out like once or twice when I was really, really little at like a friend's house or something. I never had the game. So it would be fun to try to like learn how the game works, because like I've seen people play it, right? Like I've seen footage of it. It's not like I'm unfamiliar with what Punch-Out is, but like I've certainly never tried it myself. So I think it would be pretty interesting to tinker with that. It's interesting.
We can outfit you.
Because it's like pattern recognition type stuff for the most part, right? Like it's just like a bit of reflexes and a lot of recognizing like the intimate details of what the thing is doing. Question mark. Like little mini puzzles for each enemy, I think. Like each enemy. Each like, oh shit! That's a level 110 legendary leather. Let's go. Let's go. See, we just need to talk about Punch-Out more. As long as we're talking about Punch-Out, we're gonna get legendaries. That's how this works. That's how this works.
There's no room.
Correlation and causation are the same thing.
Our axes are the best.
Da, 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 da. That's very exciting. We have 4 minutes. Okay, so do we want to pop this onto you? I don't think so. I think we're gonna pop it onto you because yours is way weaker overall stats, I think. And you have a slower attack speed. This is a better effect, though, than this. This is a weak legendary effect, but pretty good stats. So, that's something to think about.
I can't carry anymore.
How is this on you? It's a pretty sizable drop in the DPS stats, apparently, for some reason. Because accuracy, I have 1 billion crit percent, right? Yeah, accuracy is very strong for me. Let's see here. What do I want to do about this? I think let's go ahead and do this. Let's make this swap. So, unfortunately, this is actually probably overall going to be weaker at this particular juncture. So maybe we do just leave this on for now. Do we make the swap? I think we might not make this swap yet. We're going to make the swap eventually. Most likely. But not at this exact moment, I think. We're going to wait. Save the game. We're gonna sell some of this armor that we've got here. I'll have to think about how I want to handle the thinger situation, the leather situation, because this is pretty good. The killing monsters resets action time isn't like that crazy for her as an effect. Obviously Divine Protection isn't very great as an effect. So I think we're probably going to want to... You know what I could do? How's this for you? It's a little bit of a reduction in both, except the legendary effect is better for you. Very minor DPS drop. Because I'm thinking that maybe I'm going to want to... I think I'm going to do this.
I can't carry
for right
anymore.
now. We'll see how things go. The reduces damage taken is going to reduce the things. I guess this isn't a very strong effect actually right now. Yeah, I'm actually going to wait. Once Commandant comes online, we can
I can't carry anymore.
do this. But for right now, I think we actually will just hold on to this setup. Yeah, I think that's how we're going to handle this for now. We are going to grow into that eventually, but it's going to require that we know what we're doing with this other stuff. Great, thanks a lot. I'll take a look at that. That might be a good thing for me to play off stream, actually. And then just talk about on stream. It's good. It turns out it's good to play games off stream, so I have something to talk about on stream other than what's like directly happening on screen or what happened yesterday. Because you all saw what happened yesterday. Well, not everybody, but you get the idea. Let's see. Okay, I think since it's 101, I think we're going to end here for today. So we found another leather that will probably be useful eventually. Next time, we will be heading to Might Magic 7. And in Might Magic 7, we'll be clearing out Harmondale. Once we've cleared out Harmondale, we will follow that up with more of the Barrows. I might actually decide not to clean out Harmondale. It'll depend on... I should have done the testing there. But that's fine. I can do the testing tomorrow morning. But basically, we're going to test, make sure that the enemies aren't like upstairs somewhere where I can't access them. If they are, then that's fine. We'll just teleport straight to a different location, and then we'll do more of the Barrows. We'll have to see. Either way, that's going to be it for today. So thank you for watching. It's been an absolute pleasure. Hope to see you again next time when we will be making more things die. Because that's good. We're good.